Good evening, everyone. Another budget meeting. We have about half a dozen of them as part of the process of the board looking at all of the line items that make up the 2022 budget. So it is 11/11/2021 Veterans Day. I hope that everybody participated or at least thought of a veteran today or thanked a veteran. Trustee White and I were at Nelson Park with Austin does a very nice annual event by and for veterans. And I just have to say that the crew from the village that was down there really getting the park ready with the bush, the tent, everything, the microphones and everything. The place looked terrific. It always looks good, but I mean, and they stood there and they really helped out. And so I just want to say a big thank you to them. And our own Dana White had a special little honor because her dad was a soldier who also was killed, correct, Dana, during the war?
He was a pilot, yes, a Navy
pilot. And I saw the picture on Facebook. Man, he looks like a movie star in one of those pictures. Really amazing.
That was my adoptive father.
Yeah, he really
see much of a resemblance.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. I just said he looks like a movie star.
I ever knew, so.
Yeah, so she got a special shout out, and we were joined by other politicos and the vets, and there was a bunch of events in the county as well. So we are very fortunate also in Austin to have really over 100 of vets from what I remember from looking at it last year. So let's get going with the budget meeting. And I'm excited. It's a challenging year. Dale will talk more about what may be recessionary cycles that might be looming ahead of us. But every year there's a new challenge. We saw, from my point of view, having lived through a pandemic, it's all easy after a pandemic. As far as I'm concerned, this is we've done really well. So I'm going to continue with this board to do well into next year. So Village Manager Tory, what do we got on the plate for the evening?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. We're going to be starting with the board and manager's budget, followed by the personnel and IT budget, and then the why am I having a finance budget. And then I think probably about that time we'll see what time it is, maybe break, and then we'll be going over the capital plan as well as the fee schedule. Corporation Counsel Kahan will join us for the fee schedule discussion. So Dale, do you want to bring up the budget and we'll start taking through, and I will chime in as needed.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Desori. Good evening, Board and Mayor. Here we are again. I thank you for all the hard work so far, and definitely hope we can clean this up nice and smooth tonight. We'll play it by ear though. So to start off with the manager's budget, we do have a line in here for the parking. So you can see there's no change in those lines. They hold steady from the prior year, percentage wise. I'll move down to the village manager's budget. And so we have a few peeps that are spread out across general fund, water and sewer. So water and sewer we went over last night. This is the general fund portion. We have the contractual obligations that fall underneath those. We have a small amount in for the meeting manager pro package. That amount is budgeted the same for next year. I don't know where it was budgeted for 2021. Unfortunately, it's not here, but we did include it for 2022. We have a small amount in for telephone and internet, and we straightened that out this year. So each department is correctly getting allocated going forward. Materials, office and supplies is remaining the same, as well as maintenance and repair to office equipment and leases. There are a few items in for professional dues and meetings. Seen here. So that was lowered a little bit for 2022.
Hey, Karen, the ICMA, that started with Debbie. Before that, we were not members of the International City and County Management Group. You feel that's because it's expensive because they go around the country. Do you feel that's like really important for you? Because that
No.
only started with her.
Not necessarily. We even talked about that, but I think the issue was that it's not a calendar year membership. Wasn't that? I don't think we renewed it, or we're planning on renewing it. We did
Right,
talk about that.
I think this we lowered it to 1,500 because
Right.
there was one.
Oh, that's why you did that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't really see, I don't see any, me going to Las Vegas for managers meeting anytime soon. So everything that they offer is tremendously expensive, and I don't really feel it offers much beyond NICOM and the managers.
Okay.
the
Listen, if you
association. So,
think that at some point it's worth it, you should recommend it, and maybe every other year or every third year. But it is, I feel the same that you do. So thank you. The problem with me is I looked at the 5. I forgot, I didn't look at the 1,500, it was then lowered. So sorry.
yeah,
about
no,
that.
we actually had the same discussion when we did the internal meetings.
Okay. Maddie, I'm going to beg you to get me a new headset. This thing's actually causing me.
I
real
have it
pain.
right here. Yes, we
Thank
just
you.
need to touch base.
I
Yep.
didn't mean to go on a tangent, but it's making me crazy right now. Thank you. All right, let's keep moving.
okay. So as we move further down the line, that brings us to the 1920 account, which is the general membership account we use for the umbrella memberships for the village.
There's
So
a lot of them. Yeah.
Yep,
NICOM.
yep.
Can I ask who's doing the tuition reimbursement? Like what's happening there?
No
this-
one,
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that was
Oh.
back in.
it was a carryover. Like,
No,
I
I'm
mean, that was-
actually-
yes.
I guess I should have asked it differently. I'm surprised that we don't have more tuition like.
Well, that would be specific to the manager's office, so it would have to be me or Maddie or.
Okay, you're
you know,
right.
So it wouldn't be, this isn't
Okay,
general, so.
okay, let's keep going. Sorry.
Okay, so you can see the individual memberships we have listed here.
Okay,
All right, so further down, we have our annual contingency amount that we put in every year. This is for things that happen to pop up during the year that are unplanned. So it's good to have that safety net in the budget, and then an amount for unsettled contracts going into 2022. The 6410 for 100 is for our marketing line. That's basically Jamie's line for all the work that she does. And then we have a line in for celebrations other. So these are items outside of the recreation department.
yeah, I don't know what they are, but I'm sure that at the village manager's level, when COVID may go away a little bit, there'll be a little bit more of that. So
Yes.
I think if you don't use it, you don't use it, but you probably do need to budget something. So that makes sense.
Right, yes, we did not use, we only used 1475 in 2020, and to date, we've only used $814. But that's where items like the veterans markers gets charged, or, items for the parade. Further down, we have the amount in for the rent subsidy, the ETPA amount goes here, and then there's an offsetting revenue for that line. We have a contingency line for the water fund, also for emergency items that crop up during the year and also for the sewer fund. And then further down is where we tag some of our revenues to the manager's office proper. So we have our franchise fees, which when I looked at the current projections of where we were and what was coming in for the year, I did lower this for 2022 slightly. ETPA, I left the same because we did have a credit that had come through that we had to give back during the current year. So that's why this amount is lower. Filming permits. Lisa Nestor, fabulous, fabulous work. There's one that's not posted yet. So this number will be going up.
Yeah, we're back in business.
Yes.
Hollywood on the Hudson. So we're doing a lot of series.
Yes.
Hollywood on the Hudson. Are we copywriting that one?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
So are there any questions on that?
Go back into that one. I did have a question on it. What the film fees are,
Yep,
portion of it.
yep.
So there's no, it wasn't about the films. I'm sorry. It was about the cable franchise. So portion of it.
Okay, up
You
here.
know, trust me, I'm happy to see more films, you know, in here, or commercials, whatever those commercials may be for.
Mm-hmm.
So the anticipated, we had 400, we only got 200 on last year. Are we expecting to get more?
Yep, this is where we are currently. We're at 203, 461. But that is not inclusive of one of the cable companies' third quarter yet. And then we have 2 fourth quarters coming in. So we're gonna hit about 417,000 in my projection for this year.
Same as
But
last
that's
year.
why,
Okay.
yep, same as last year. It's trending.
Okay.
So that's why I lowered it to 415.
I guess Karen and probably Maddie, refresh my memory, the agreements that we have with both of those companies, are we up to date with that?
Yeah, we are up to date with them. And we'll make sure that we're keeping up with all of that stuff as we're sort of transitioning how we're doing some of the stuff in the cable world. So
Yeah, because that's, we have talked about that and before, and I know the mayor wanted to do some other stuff into the downtown and bring some more Wi-Fi accessibility, things of that nature. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure when I would like put that into the whiteboard section. It's not, it's obviously it's not a budget related, but I think it's something we should talk about.
Yeah,
hopefully.
that came up as a big issue, especially during the pandemic, especially for some of the social justice stuff, because it really showed the disparities between those that have and those that
Yeah.
don't have all of the abilities offered via Wi-Fi. I'm not sure we'll fit it in January, though. One of the things that I realized yesterday.
I just said next
is-
year.
Yeah, no, but I want to also start setting up, the village manager and I set up the agendas for the Wednesdays. So, this is the time. Like,
Yeah.
if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? We're down into February. We can't fit any more in January. So, but there are issues. This is actually a big item. This is a big deal item in its own way. So let's just say February if we can, and we'll start filling in agendas for what our priorities are.
Yeah, I just think is something that we should look. It was interesting because my brother just came back from my country a couple of weeks back, and one of the things that even in my country, which is a third world country, so-called, for some people, the local government has had the ability to actually put Wi-Fi in the major sectors on the city and Cuenca. So if they can do it, why can't we? I'm just saying. And maybe at some point, and now that we talked about that, and I'm going to throw this out again, maybe at some point I would like to bring up the Sister City program that.
Yeah, I know. I'll talk to you separately about that because I think you and I should put a plan together with that. And the historian with environment, a community in North Carolina where
Yeah.
many of a big part of our community also came from. So there's a couple of places, a separate conversation we should have, Manny.
No problem.
You know,
I
it's
just
not
wanted
necessarily a
just thinking
municipal
about that,
thing.
yeah,
It's yeah, it's
sorry.
more us. Yeah, it's lovely. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, sure. Were there any more questions on that for the
No.
managers?
You may want to bring that share screen again, though.
Yeah, I have to go pull the board and mayor lines.
Okay.
So just give me 1 second. Because
Excuse me.
somehow I,
Do you have
Oh.
two screens or one at home? What are you working on?
I'm working on the laptop. So I have one screen, but I can log into my desktop in the office.
Okay.
So I'm kind of, yes. I'm kind of going back and forth a little bit.
Sorry about that.
It's all right, Bob. It occurred to me we started just a couple of minutes later waiting. It occurred to me that maybe you didn't realize it was at 5, that you might have thought it was a little bit later because
No,
we
I
don't
didn't.
usually start at 5. So that's why I wanted to.
I didn't, and my recliner didn't realize it was 5 either. So, just to let you know, we have a fire department wake tonight at 7 o'clock. So I will be leaving at some point to go to that. I don't know how long we're going to be going.
I think we had a separate conversation. We're going to just keep moving forward. We're hoping to complete things. And I know you don't mind, Bob, when you say that we just keep going. Is that right?
No, that's fine. I just wanted
Okay.
to let you know this is his very close friend. So,
No, I'm sorry. You've had a couple of bad days, huh?
it's a couple bad weeks, really, fire department wise and family wise, but
Mm.
I got to keep trucking. So
Yeah.
I'm here. All right, let's
All
go.
right, as long as it's okay with you that we might vote maybe without you, and if that's okay with you, then that's fine.
It's fine. There's nothing that super stands out and slaps me in the face. So I think we're
All
pretty
right,
much
and
all
you'll
on the same
text
page.
me if there's a problem or whatever. All right,
Yep.
let's keep going.
And just, I'm sorry, Mayor, but just keep in mind, we're not voting on the budget right now. So if there's something that comes up, between now and January, so to speak, or actually not before the end of the year.
No, before that.
We've,
So we can.
Yeah,
always-
I used it's the wrong term.
Mhm.
We might come to an agreement as a group on something and advise the village manager to do something. So we're gonna, we're just gonna keep moving forward in that vein. I used the wrong term. Thank you, Manny.
Right, the budget gets adopted on December 1st or 2nd, whatever that first Wednesday is.
It's the first.
It is the first. Time's getting away from me. Thank you. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, hang on. I thought I had the right one. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Screen's getting the better of me, Mayor.
Bye.
All right, now I got it. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Dale.
Too many screens open. All right, so the first line of this budget for the board is for our 4 trustees. They do follow along with the contractual increase of 2.5%, and they are also spread out across general, water, and sewer. We have 2 individuals for health stipend, and then we have a $3,000 placeholder amount that's in there. And
Is
along
the
with-
health, I'm sorry, the health stipend is if you don't take the health insurance, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Further down the line, we have office and supplies expense, which is holding the same. We do budget $8,000 for professional dues and meetings for the year for the 4 trustees. And as we move down, then the mayor has her own department, so she's reflected here. Same rule applies with the 2.5%.
Hold on, let me just look at it.
I'd like to ask a question too, when you're ready.
No, please go ahead, Bob.
So
Thanks.
the 8,000 that you have for the meetings and what was it? Where is it?
It's
Yeah.
professional dues and meetings.
Meetings.
Yeah,
So
for
now
training.
training and stuff. So
Mhm.
I'm just throwing it out there because I know it was, I believe 2 years ago when I first got on, I talked about going to an international seminar. And there was all this question of, how do they, what can you voucher, what can't you voucher? I know we had it, but we never came to fruition with the discussion on that, which I think is something. So in other words, so all the stars align and that would be the line item that it would come out of. If I,
That's correct. Yeah,
okay, all right.
that's
just wanna-
correct.
It's just, I think we have to bring that discussion up again. No, it's not for here.
Yeah, I think this money though covers almost all of it is NICOM. If I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
NICOM only?
Mostly if you look at 5 people having to go to NICOM and the expense associated, that's what's budgeted there.
Mhm.
Okay, well, I pose the question of it's not spelled out that way. I'm gonna take the opposite side of the card and it says meetings, dues and meetings and training.
Yeah, under the
Okay.
detail, it says
Under-
NICOM.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because we
mind.
have to travel there, we have to eat.
No,
it's
no,
3
I
days,
understand.
yeah. That doesn't mean we can't have the conversation.
Right.
Right.
Because this is like a GPS. This is the outline for the budget and that's what they're putting in. If we have that meeting and that agreement and we do something different, then we have to either find money somewhere else, or maybe somebody doesn't go to NICOM and goes to something else because that's what they're budgeting it on.
Right.
So there's some flexibility there, Bob, not to think that there isn't. We have to have
Okay.
that conversation.
All right. Okay, I'm done.
okay. And
Okay.
the mayor's line also has the same $2,000 allocation for the mayor's training and dues and meetings.
Because you do that as a separate department. That's just the
Yeah.
way you do the, yeah.
Yep. And that is short and sweet for the board and the mayor. So any further questions on that? Are we ready to move on to personnel?
Yep.
Okay. Go bring that up. I will try to grab the right one this time. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
All right. So just like the other departments, we start off with our salary line. We have included a position for an office assistant for starting halfway through the year. And that's allocated also, just like the other employees across general water and sewer. We have an amount in for overtime.
Hold on, Dale.
contractual.
Before you go up there, I guess this question will be to Karen. So previously we had 179 short, now we have 204. Is that something that it may change, the 204?
That, Dale, that encompasses the support from Maggie too, right?
Right,
So we added, because right now we have somebody assisting Maggie Juarez is assisting Nancy 2 days a week, and we anticipate keeping that going.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. And that was sort of a training thing too, since Nancy's getting close to retiring.
Maybe, we never know.
Well, exactly right.
okay. So the next page follows along with contractual items. We have a line for telephone and internet, which is not increasing. Small amount for printing and postage, office supplies and expenses. Training, school and education. So this is where items for like the harassment training, workplace violence, get charged to this line. And that's percentage out across general water and sewer as well. So we'll see those lines as we go further down because they're attached to the personnel budget. 1431 is the safety department lines that fall under here. So this is where general uniform items like the t-shirts, sweatshirts, and jackets that we purchase for the employees get charged. Then we have mandated training coming out of this line, 1431,452, and then there's a water and sewer component that is further down as well. OSHA compliance items are charged here, and then we move into our workers' comp lines. So just like the other lines, there's going to be a water fund piece and a sewer fund piece. The allocated percentages are going to be in the detail of what's getting charged here. So we base this off of our actuary that lets us know, as well as our third-party administration amounts that come in during the year to budget for these lines. We put a small amount in for unemployment. And then we have our health insurance lines. So the same rule applies. This is based on the second pass we had received from our health insurance carrier. And so that's where the budget is at this point. And I should have deleted these lines.
Right, I was just gonna say, it's like a whole
And
bunch of
sorry.
zeros.
Because we are not utilizing them. So I will place some cleanup before I post the budget so that they don't carry forward to next year.
Right,
Apologies for that. The 9090 is where we charge the fire department cancer insurance policy to. So that number is okay for budget wise. And then we're just going to move into water and sewer lines, you know, portions of the budget that just mirror the general fund, but for their pieces.
I just touch on that cancer piece.
Yes,
So they're rating it at 205 people for that rate, correct?
correct.
Okay.
Although I'll have to look because we did just receive a renewal. Although I think the premium amount is staying the same. I had sent it to the chief, the list that they had provided for updating.
All right, so, and I'm seeing the 156, and I just went this past weekend legislative, and we're being told it's like in the 135, 139 range. So I'll get more information on that. I don't know if this is somebody that you use, that they picked up the policy. I don't know where, whose policy that is. So I'm just saying,
Mhm.
and I think there's a discussion going on with the chiefs, myself and the chiefs, about, we have active members and we have associate members. And I think to make our numbers look whole, there's a discussion of deciding, okay, so someone doesn't live in the village and they're an active member, they could still, we're thinking of making them members, but not classifying them as active. So that could change the number. I don't know. It's a discussion we're having. It might not change the number, but I think that's a reasonable number from just me knowing who I know.
Mhm.
But that it could change, and I'll get you more information on the on where FASNY is getting their rates.
Mhm.
So, and listen, if it saves us $20 a head,
Right.
it's $4,000.
Great. Thank you.
So I'll let you know.
All right. And I'll go pull what I'd emailed to Scott as well.
Okay,
All right. So then these are just the water and sewer allocations for the same items. So you have workers' comp, health insurance, and the same thing for sewer. So we do different allocations for each. Any questions?
I'm sighing because all these numbers just go up totally out of proportion with inflation or anything else. They're not awful,
That
but
is true.
everything's on an up trajectory here.
Yes, I did, because of how the second pass was brought forward, where we're seeing a savings on our RX reimbursements. So
Oh.
when we go to the revenue side, I'm actually plugging it in, because what's happening, this change came around after we had adopted the budget last year in December with the third pass, that we were able to harness this savings program. And so for the current year, as you can see, we're already up to 120,000. And there's a 9-month lag on their reimbursement. So
Oh,
these
wow.
amounts are still gonna come in. But I needed to reflect it in the expenditure side, because we are actually paying, but I also needed to reflect the savings side. So that's why you might see it, that there's a bigger jump in the health insurance line, but there's also a bigger jump here as well in the insurance reimbursement lines.
Okay,
So I did want to touch on that. And so that is personnel at the moment.
okay.
Gail, you want to do IT and then finance?
Sure.
Okay, did anybody have any other questions on personnel?
Not seeing any.
All right.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes,
Okay. All right, so we're following true to form. So we have our personnel lines first, and the associated contractual obligations for those. We have amounts in for PEG funds that are used during the year. So there's an offsetting revenue that's going to match this as we get further down into the revenue section. We did increase it slightly for the Zoom charges to make sure we were covered for those. There's an amount in for computer equipment. So these are items like battery backups, mice, all that kind of stuff are in these lines. The 400,000 line, 1650 is where our Go TV bills are charged against. We did just.
How much is that? Let me look at that.
It's a portion for general water and sewer is going to happen for these lines as well. So it's 60% of the amount here in general fund is 22,400. But as you can see, in 2020, we only expended 15,000. And I currently have a bill that is going to be showing on the November 17th voucher detail for around 3,375, I believe it was.
Okay.
So this will not be zero for much longer. We have amounts in for telephone and internet, materials and supplies, which covers like memory sticks, mice, keyboards, those kind of items. And then the 446 line is for consulting services.
For what?
Yeah, I know, I have an idea, but please,
What's the
Either-
consulting services?
Karen or Maddie, I guess.
So Dale, this is where you're putting A1 now?
Yes.
Okay. So that, you know, as you know, we're using consulting services, so you'll
Right.
see a reduction on the staff line, and then you'll see the increase, the compensatory increase on the consulting service line. Is that how we're going to do it, Dale?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
Could you tell me what was the total amount of the staff? What was the budget if we were to, before it was taken away, I guess?
so the total amount for the staff would have been,
Well, this is just the general fund piece, but it
Right.
was 124, 191,
right,
and now it's 40,036.
so we're gonna be bidding, obviously, bidding, we did the RFP. The RFP for technical support services has been issued this week. So we think that we will be, we don't anticipate spending more than we were spending previously with an in-house person. There, and we'll get to it, there may be some other costs that are one-time costs, the move to Office 365 and things like that. But we really shouldn't see a huge increase in operational ongoing costs.
Before
And that
consult-
cost was something we would have had anyway, the move to
Right, we would have,
365.
yeah,
We would have
that
paid that
was-
no matter what.
No, I
Exactly.
understand that, but if this is just a consultant, that we only, you know, unless this person is gonna be with
I just
us.
want to, yeah, I don't want to be
No.
conservative because they're paying right now for the just for the police department. If A1, I think it's almost $36,000 a year. So, you know, I'm trying to just figure out, it would be for police department and the village services.
So hold on, so let me ask this question. So this $87,000, you're saying that is including the police and pretty much the whole village? Is that what you're saying?
This is the 72, and the police portion is in the police department budget.
That's what I'm saying. That's so
Right.
it will be two, there are two separate budgets. So it will be
Right.
$31,000 for one, which we've been paying for
Right,
that has been a constant for many years since I remember. but it
Mhm.
would be an additional to $87,000, more or less, to a company, not to just that company, but to. a
Not, yeah,
company.
and that's, we're just basing it on what we're doing because we think it'll be comparable.
Because we'd like to see the bids when they, or the responses when they come back. But I have,
Absolutely.
I definitely, me personally, I don't know if the rest of the board feels, I personally think it's a high number, but we'll see.
It may be, but we want to make sure that we're prepared. You also have to think too, it's the work is essentially the same spread out over multiple people. And that's really significantly less than salary and fringe cost of one person.
No, I understand that. No,
Okay.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, of course. It's not just $70,000 salary, it's also $70,000 salary plus benefits and plus all the other stuff. No, I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that.
So,
No, I
so it's,
understand
and I think the salary for the staff person before was almost double that, so.
So just, because we signed the agreement till the end of the year, we did the RP, yada, yada. If we get into a 3-year contract, that may be, that number could be significantly higher. It could be, 60,000 for, 3 years. I don't know. I don't know the numbers. I'm just,
Yeah,
I,
so,
I understand what you're saying, Manny, but I think I understand what they're doing. But I think, if there's a 3-year contract, it might be the 72 for the 3 years. I don't know. I remember there was a, 3-year or 5-year deal they wanted us to go into. All right, we opted just to go in to just taking them till the end of the year.
There was
And-
two, we thought, you're talking about two different things, Bob. But there's one contract that it was for the backup of the emails. And then there's another contract to finish up the year for the IT service. So there's
Right.
2 contracts that we have with that particular company right now.
No, I understand that, but there was a number attached to it. That number
Just for the
didn't,
backups for the emails,
right?
not for the IT service.
No,
but you're,
no,
but
the
you're,
IT, if I remember correctly, it was, we had to buy the server. And then they were doing the service till the
That's
end of
for
the year.
Again, Bob, that was just strictly for the email
That's for the backups.
of the emails.
we are, as I mentioned, we did, the RFPs are out. We're looking to have the interviews before the end of the year and hopefully on or around January 1st, have a more permanent solution in place with a.
So then I guess my
Yes.
question is, this RFP is going to encompass all of this stuff then, correct? The
Yes.
backup and their services.
Well, the backup would be, so the backup's something you have to do no matter what. So we basically, they use a data system. A lot of people use data, somebody else might use something else. And that's why we decided to just do it for a year. Because if somebody else isn't using that, they're not, we're not committed and if we don't like it. But the RFP will incorporate all of that and will
Right.
take into consideration either that we're already paying it or, in a year from now, we have to do something else. But yes.
Right. No, I guess I'm just saying, is it still going to be 2 items or is it going to be now all encompassed into one budget item?
It should be all encompassing in one budget item.
Okay.
But we
thank you.
did flag in the RFP that we've already have this in place for a year. So
Okay.
maybe a little less the first year, so.
Okay. And so further down, these are just mirror images of the general fund in water and sewer. And I think there is one revenue line here, and that is the PEG access charges that come in, revenues, and then the intermunicipal agreement with the town.
Dale, can you go back to page, I guess, 4?
Sure. core on the screen? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, keep
Okay.
going down. Next
Yep.
one.
Yep.
It should be on the computer software.
Yep.
So it was asked 28,000 and it was proposed, but it was requested it was 28 and it was recommended 31. What kind of software are we talking about?
Well, it's these items, but
The
then
ones below?
the change that came in is for that data, the backup system for the
That's it.
server.
Yeah, that's a change from the Carbonite to Dado.
Yep.
Okay.
So
So those are fixed prices. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
sure. Any other questions? All right. Do we want to move on to finance?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
All right. Give me 1 second. Okay, can everybody see?
yes,
All right. So the finance office actually starts off with our auditing line. So there you go. They very happy with them. They do a fabulous job and are always there to answer questions. And I appreciate that. We will be utilizing them for any ARPA questions as well. Bless you.
I'm sorry, I'm
Was that it?
muting. I'm having
Uh,
a sneezing attack. I'll go on mute.
going forward. Usually that's me. We have a budget line for a portion of me that gets charged and another individual in the finance office. I did take the opportunity this year to change budget allocations between general water and sewer as we fabulously, fantastically have a new employee in our department. So when we hired that new employee, I offered it out to the other senior account clerks that were in the department. Would they like to change their job responsibilities that they currently held and do something new? And so 2 employees decided that, yes, they would definitely like to change their job responsibilities, which has now correlated into me then looking at the charge outs across general water and sewer and reallocating correctly for the current year. This also benefits the finance office because now people are going to be cross-trained, which is very, very important. It's one of my biggest things, I have to say. I don't have many of them, but that is definitely one of them. So that people are able to be responsive in any aspect of the finance department dealings. So that's great going forward. We have our contractual obligations under the treasurer's line. Following below that, we have a small amount in for telephone, internet, printing and postage. Office supplies is remaining the same. We have an amount in for professional dues and meetings. I did take the opportunity to do the GFOA had virtual training this year. So I did that over a course of 3 weeks. They had it spread out actually, and was able to attend the NICOM training with the assistant village manager, which was a plethora of information. Very, very, very good conference. And I'm looking forward to implementing some of the things I learned there as we go into the new year. This is where we charge any of our continuing disclosure items we have to do that in June every year, as well as bond and note expenses when we are doing our debt borrows. We also have GASB 75, and then our actuary charges that are also spread across general water and sewer are seen in this department. The 1340 department is basically just for the budget and charges for creating it, basically just when I bring it to the printer for the physical copies. 1680 is where the majority of the finance office staff is allocated, and you can see that here. And then we have following contractual obligation lines underneath there. We do have 2 individuals that receive a health stipend in the finance office. We have a small amount in for computers and equipment, so that's printers, scanners, anything of that nature. Office and supplies.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
You know, every single department has some things in common, and computers, the telephone, obviously understood, but almost every department has a budget for increase amounts for computers, like as we go through them. So did you guys do an inventory of computer needs? Is that what happened?
I know from my department that Yardley needs a new computer, yes. I also know that I need at least 2 new scanners for next year in finance department, yes.
Right, so did you have a professional IT somebody go through all the departments? Because every department, I mentioned this about printing and postage,
Yeah, that's what we're.
because
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That's what we will be doing going forward, and that'll be something that Christina will be working on with whoever's in that role.
Right.
Because we do want to make sure that we have, you know, we're auditing what people are doing. And it is something going forward. Right now, when people come in to the budget, like, you know, we don't see a lot of people like, you know, 15 phones going out the door or anything. People are pretty careful with their equipment, and you know, we do go over it in the budget, but we are going to be sort of putting more rigor to that process going forward.
Okay, I just, as I'm looking through this, and even Dale, there's rarely an area as small as yours physically that would need 2 scanners. So I think you need to do an inventory. You need to get all the IP addresses put up. You also need to know what's what. But
Can I
it's,
just
but
insert in that we need scanners because they're desktop and they feed into the Edmunds program. So as you're entering an invoice, you can scan it and it goes directly right to that voucher and is available in the system.
It has more to do with the work that they're doing as opposed to the size of the office. So the
Right.
scanning is tied
Okay,
to the financial programs.
I don't want to get into this. I work in a place very similar, hundreds of invoices a day. And we have one general, really large size scanner that does exactly what you described and routes it to the appropriate desktop. That's not my role here. All I'm asking is, and I think the answer is no. Someone did not take inventory of all the departments and the needs. It's a guesstimate of what's needed based on individuals who say my department needs this, my department needs that. But there will be someone who will actually professionally go through and say, this is a better way to do this. We need more here and less there. Is that a correct statement about what's happening here, that every department has computers in it?
I think that's correct, but it's something that we identified as an area that we needed to have more support. So it's being addressed going forward.
Right. So you're setting up a placeholder budget wise based on every department, which is how you guys do the budgets. Every department head comes and talks to you and Dale, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody said, this is what I think I need, but you are going to have somebody who's actually going to look at all the computers at some point and say, this is what you all really need. And this is a better way of routing things or whatever.
Absolutely.
that's not what you had done and then put a budget in. That's what you will be doing.
Right, we were not,
Okay.
it's just a little bit of the timing of everything, but yes.
That's okay, but I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just want to understand what the process is. It's fine.
Great.
Okay.
We're
Hold
actually
on, I'm
incorporating the
sorry.
process.
So let me ask, so I'm gonna piggyback on that, because for some reason I want to say we did that inventory a while back and this stuff. I think I want to say maybe 2 years ago. So,
If
but
we did
regardless
that,
of-
yeah,
yeah, regardless of what that is. So I know that there has been, not now, obviously, about 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, the planning department purchased a plotter. So I want to make sure, when this inventory happens or whenever this person starts doing this, that we actually start seeing stuff that we don't need or they don't even use. When I spoke to the planner I don't even know when I saw him last, maybe the midst of the summer, maybe. I mentioned to him that he utilizes this printer because the printer wasn't a $1,000 printer. It was more like $5,000 printer that it was purchased again prior for several years back. And I asked him, I said, can we sell this printer? If you're not utilizing this, can we just sell it? Get some money out of this, just like what we do with cars. Sure, when we're done with the cars, we auction the cars. So if we start seeing equipment that we're not utilizing, and I believe the mayor at some point asked this question, maybe donate the computers for parts, or just, try to sell whatever we can sell. I mean, there's some of the servers that I'm sure they're not going to be utilized at all because of we're trying to move to the cloud portion of this in some level,
Yep.
So I would like you guys to work on that stuff and just kind of be like, all right, we don't need it. We can auction these out.
right. We actually, A1 had mentioned that there is a way to do that. So they were going to help us with that. So very similar to what we do with our old vehicles. There's ways to do the same thing with hardware.
Okay. Are we good?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we have a small amount in for dues and meetings, such GFOA. That's any training that Liz will do is down there. We have amounts in for computer software. And then we roll into our insurance premiums. So they are tagged to the finance office.
I'm actually, frankly, a little surprised that are the numbers going down?
They actually went down.
Okay.
We saw a small, decrease last year, which we took advantage of, and then
I remember this. You're right. Now I
Mhm.
remember the conversation.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Good to go. Yeah,
Great.
now I remember. Yeah, that was a
All
good
right.
find last year.
yes, very
Good.
good.
Thank you.
This is where our payroll tax expenses fall under the finance office
Yeah,
as
you can
well.
go through this, in my opinion. We have no control over this.
Right, this is pretty much, yeah, it's dependent on,
What we think doesn't matter. It's informational and we have it. You
Yep.
sent it to us.
yep, so these are all our tax payments that are associated with our payroll costs. We have our installment purchase debt loans, and those are obligations that we cannot change. We did refund 3 of our bond issues this year, so we did see savings in our bond payments, as well as we paid one off totally. So that was definitely good.
Yeah.
For 2021, and so you'll see all those items down here in their separate little.
That's considered a
homes.
revenue when that happens?
The refunding bond.
Yeah.
Is no, because
Okay.
it's actually, I had to redo. If you look in the budget, there's a debt service schedule.
Okay.
So
that.
previously, there used to be 3 different lines for the 11, 12, and 13 bond, and now there's only one. that I called 2021 refunding to consolidate everything into one at the lower
Okay.
bond payment amount that's required each year. Yep. So that's all these lines, and these are the lines that feed the debt service fund. So when you look at the budget and you see the debt service fund, and then we're kind of reversing the debt service fund, it's because those charges, those expenses are here in the operating budgets proper. So we don't want to duplicate and say, those amounts again. And then we just fall underneath into general, goes into water and sewer, which is also a mirror image of what we saw in the general fund with their associated percentages and debt. So any questions on that? All right, I'm going to go down to revenues on this one eventually. It's a sewer fund.
It's like an inbox and outbox. It's the same stuff
Mm-hmm.
coming and then going. Well, going and I guess then coming.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and then section 8's employee benefits fall under here as well. And this is the debt service fund, which we had just spoken about, where it's just mirroring all of our debt payments that we've seen. And this is where the property tax revenues fall under the finance department, along with penalties for tax payments.
What is this? These are the pilots down here.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
So here underneath is what we actually received. So when we produce the tax cap each year, one of the formula items is to add in the amount of pilots we receive for the year. But then we have to reduce accordingly the pilots anticipated for the coming year. So that's how the tax cap
when
works.
is Snowden House up? When is the pilot for Snowden House up? When are not Snowden House, actually, well, I know one of them, so I didn't ask, but when are these all up?
I believe Snowden and Maple just in recent years were renegotiated for
In the
another
past,
20.
about right before right before COVID, I think we went through that.
Right.
2018.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Pines, do you know when?
I don't remember that having an expiration date, but
Well,
Dale
it has
would
to. I don't
certainly-
think you can't have a pilot without an expiration date.
Well, I guess, I mean,
yeah,
what
you
I
can have
meant to
a
say is that it's like
99-year
99-year lease.
Oh, a
or-
99
yeah.
year. Wow, that must have been done quite a while ago because I don't even remember that during my tenure. And Harbor Square we've already discussed. Okay.
Okay. Then we have sales tax, which we're slated to receive definitely more than anticipated. This is only through 2 quarters so far this year.
Wow.
Yep. Yep. So we're
2 quarters. So theoretically it should be at about 6.
Yep. Yep. So we're
Wow.
definitely healthy on that. Gross utilities tax, there's always a lag as we go into 2022. We'll be booking receivables to this account for the lag period. This is our hardship parking. We have already hit our budget number for 2021, which is great. This is the IMA for the finance office. Interest earnings, unfortunately, are not progressing as well as one would hope. So I did lower the budget for 2022.
And what drives interest earnings?
That's the interest rate we're earning on our funds deposited in the bank,
All right, so
which
which
is
the banks are basically paying nothing these
right,
days. Okay,
right. So we are saving on our debt side, you know,
Right.
when we go out to borrow,
Right.
but we're definitely not making too much on what we're holding in hand.
and you
for
can't
cash.
take high risk, you can't do anything with bank accounts, correct?
No, that we're
Right.
pretty,
You're
Yeah.
obligated to that.
yes.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
a nice gig for banks.
That could be said. Rental of property, individuals, so that's holding steady here. So this is where funds come in for like our cell tower leases,
Right.
the Bigfoot Creamery lease, those kind of
Yep,
items.
Maddie, that
fall
probably
into
put
this.
us over the top right there.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
Mhm.
I hope
Every-
nobody took me
every-
I hope nobody took me seriously on that. Okay,
every little bit definitely helps.
okay.
Then we have our rental property for the town, and
Mhm.
this is what I was referencing in an email and a discussion prior for the
Right.
CPI. We always use the August one because we both have to cut off for our budgets, so it's just a clean cutoff point. So the following year we'll be making up for, unfortunately, I feel a great percentage of CPI for the 2023 budget.
Okay,
Forfeiture of deposits. So those are any old village court deposits on hand, as well as if there's bids and a depositor's received for a bid and they do not come back to give the bid back, then we can keep the deposit as revenue.
okay, let's just keep going. The bounce checks obviously went down. I assume it's because you don't take that many checks anymore for things.
That is exactly correct.
On the other hand, you probably pay fees for credit cards that we never paid before in probably large amounts.
For the finance office, it's a separate transaction charge to the customer.
Okay,
Yep. Rental of property interfunds, so we did see that when we were going through the water and sewer fund budgets. That is also based on CPI for August. State aid and mortgage tax, and I do just want to point out that we had already hit our budget number with the half we received back in June. So we're already at 188,000. We budgeted 180. So anything we get in for the second half payment is going to be extra revenue.
you're budgeting a little low because it's always been over 180. You keep budgeting 180 and it's always above 180.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those, you know.
All right, it
could do
actually
a
doesn't
little
make a
more.
difference to us, yeah.
Yeah. Interfund transfer in from debt service. So at the time that we close capital projects and send money over to debt service, this amount can come back to go towards our debt payments to stay in compliance. So I'm allocating a piece of that back. And then we get down into water revenues. So we had already spoken about the water rate increase of 5%. Interest and penalties on water rents, we should be okay. We still are in the water moratorium period that expires December 22nd for individuals that had filled out a self-certification form. Liz has worked with individuals to do their individual payment plans. And the village just sent out our re-levy notices to property owners that have a balance due prior to July 1st of 2021, letting them know the date to pay it by, I think, is December 5th. In order to not have that open balance re-levied to the property taxes for 2022, but also including the water moratorium notice in there for anybody affected by COVID. They can still apply to receive that installment payment agreement. So. Here's the other side for insurance recoveries for the water fund. So that goes hand in hand with the health insurance payments that we spoke about. And sewer rents. So that's the sewer fee that's on the bill. So that's also at 5% increase. And that rounds out the finance budget. Any questions?
Guess we can move on.
Okay, so would we like to, I think now we're done with the budgets, move on to the fee schedule. I'm gonna have Stuart join us.
Sounds like a plan. Can we take a 2-minute break? I just want to get some water and stretch my legs a little bit. And
No
Stuart can come
problem.
on. But 2 minutes, literally, folks, so we can move along.
Okay.
Hi, Stuart. They just took a 2-minute break
Oh,
while we were waiting on you. So thank you.
while they were waiting for me? Oh,
No, you know what I
rich.
mean.
Since
You know what I meant.
no, I've been in the office since 4:45, so.
Oh, I apologize. All right, we're recording, so I'm putting this back on mute.
Okay, is everybody back? Did we lose the crowd? Hello, Stuart.
Hello, Mayor.
Nope, I'm here.
Do we have the trustees on is the question. Manny, Bob, Omar, you guys on?
Yes.
Okay. I hear 1 yes. I'm a 2 yes, and Dana's a 3 yes. So let's keep moving.
Okay. I'm going to bring up the fee schedule. Is that large enough or should I make it larger?
Yeah, I can make it. We could each make it larger on our. I'll make it a little bit larger. It's easier.
Okay.
Okay, what's the goal here, Dale?
So I
Or
would,
Stuart?
let's let Stuart answer that.
Yes, Stuart, what's the goal?
I'm primarily here, Mayor, with regard to the tow truck fees that you folks have to agree on.
Okay,
I mean, I sent an email to Karen and Dale about 2 weeks ago with different questions on the fee schedule, but
Mhm.
I'm primarily here relating to tow trucks.
okay, slow
Okay.
down, Dale, slow down, slow down.
Okay,
Go back up.
okay.
All right,
Yeah.
so here's my suggestion, folks. Take a minute to look at this page instead of going through line by line and having discussions about $10 and Rhonda. And this is what I asked for. Oops, this is what I asked for before. Raise your hand, say something if you want to discuss something. Otherwise, I'm going to say to Dale, let's keep going. So let's take a minute. And let's just deal with the ones somebody might have issues with rather than going line by line by line by line. Okay, I have no issue with this page personally. So I'm looking at the gallery.
The only thing that I have is around cannabis. Is there anything with respect to that, or is it too early to say?
Where is cannabis?
I don't think it's here. That's why I ask.
It would be probably too early because we will not have the regulations from the Office of Cannabis Management probably until April or May of 2022, which will probably set fees for their permitting. I don't know if they're also going to permit local municipalities to have their own fee permits as well. So I don't know what to tell you on fees for that yet.
Okay,
my-
all good.
Yeah, so Omar, my suggestion is when that comes up, as we've said before, but for the public who may see this recorded, we can make changes to fees anytime. So when that time comes, but thanks for bringing it up because that's going to be a big conversation in 22. Do we have anybody doing adult entertainment or well, there are two lines that say adult entertainment, but in the village right now?
I don't remember seeing,
Yeah, that I
Yeah.
know of.
Okay, right. So let's move on, please.
okay, second page.
Let's
Uh,
take a minute. Karen, the firework displays, that town or village? Do we actually collect money? Because I always thought it was the town does all the fireworks, basically. Like
This is if we were to do fireworks.
If we were, but we haven't had that in a while, right?
Not that I remember. There's some
Okay.
Dale, can you explain the going out of business sale fee?
I have not seen one of those come in either. But I think that would be for, and Stuart, correct me on that one, is that for signs or,
Yes.
Hmm.
That is correct.
okay,
Thank you.
It's important, folks, to keep in mind, although it is not something to discuss this evening really, that fees must bear a relation to the cost of issuing the permit or enforcing the permit. That's just an important thing to just, as we go through what all these fees are.
Yep. Okay. Next page, please.
oops,
Oh, hold on.
sorry.
It's all right. The hawkers and peddlers, we have changed that from year to year. Although I always find the word hawkers to be sort of weird. Sidewalk cafes had conversation around it. Seems to me that should be a higher number on one hand. On the other hand, I'd like to encourage, pricing isn't just about collecting money. It's also about how you want behavior to occur. It drives behavior. So it's per linear foot, just so we notice that sidewalk cafe. This is different than people who don't even bother coming to us and getting sidewalk and paying the fee because they don't even tell us about it or don't go through proper, but for those that do. Are we good with this, folks?
Yes.
Okay. I heard one yes, so I'll take that as a yes. So records access to FOIL requests, as long as, I think that was also what Stuart meant. If it covers our costs or better, then that's what we need to do. It's
Well,
part
that's
of.
the FOIL request, that's statutory.
Okay, excellent.
We
No,
can't
no
change that.
decision made, right? Okay, taxi licenses, I thought, and I don't know, Dale, how it presents itself here. I thought that Sue Donnelly had made some suggestions about taxis.
She did, but not in this area of
Actually,
these
Dale,
fees.
yes, Mayor, is actually that is in the tax fares and the fares for the taxes itself. So if you're referring to raising their $4.75 to $5 to $6.
She was talking about the revenue part, not this. Okay, I thought
Right.
it was actually both,
Yeah.
but that's
No, no.
okay. All right. No, I actually thought it was both, but okay.
And there's a notation on the last page of the schedule for that. So we'll see that further down.
Oops, go back. Don't go yet. There was one more line. I'm sorry. Go to
Okay.
3 of 18. Yep. All right. And are you guys still recommending this film permit to be at that cost?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go on. I don't think that the convenience fee for credit card transaction is covered by 3%. I do think it's good that we keep it at 3%, but I think the public should know, I don't believe that actually covers your costs.
That is the highest cost.
Okay,
Yes.
if you say so, I'll take your word for it. Penalty on real property. Okay. All right, I'm good. Everybody else all right? Okay.
Just letting you know, I'm gonna be taking off and I'll be back. Everybody hear that?
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, we heard you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Bob.
I'll be back.
Sure. I actually will not be moving around at 7:15, folks, because I just got the NAACP had the wrong time. So I will not be, I'll be staying with you.
Great.
Are we good with this? Let's see.
I'm okay with this, Mayor.
Okay. Awnings, we're good. All right. Okay. And I think we really should put down the last time we changed things, unless somebody's keeping track.
I do have it actually on the Excel version.
Oh, okay. But
Yes.
not on this version.
No,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Mhm. So I could send that. Sorry.
It's just good to know because we have in the past couple of years changed fees a lot. And I don't
Yes.
think it's necessary right now. That's my personal point of view. Okay. All right.
Next page.
And Dale, this reflects the changes that Joe and Stuart asked for a few months back, right? Having to do with the fire inspection.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So if I could make a macro comment, I know we have 7 out of 18, so we got a few more. If I could just ask at some point in 2022, somebody should look through all of these lines, and maybe it's been done and I just don't know it. There's a lot of different fees and a lot of lines, and some of them should be eliminated, and we'll have to do that. It can't just be crossed off and deleted. But really, I think it's time, and I think we did this like 4 or 5 years ago, Manny, where we looked at some of these titles and some of the stuff and got rid of things and added. But I feel like it's time, like I looked at the previous page, if somebody's making some changes as they're doing some construction, somebody, an intern, somebody should be looking at this and making this a little more concise. You shouldn't have to have like PhDs to read a lot of these fees and find out they have to pay $20 here and $1,000 there and blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. That's just my opinion. It just feels, and it's because we're looking at it all in one section. No one would actually look at it this way, but I think it's probably next year. It's probably time again to revisit all the stuff we have here and make sure that somebody puts a check mark and says, yeah, you still need this. And yes, this is a standalone item. You can't put it together with a couple of other things into one group. If I could ask that at some point in 2022, that would be, I think, helpful.
Right. Actually, Stuart was very helpful and started looking at this, and I did incorporate some of his changes and some of it require more research and whatever. So it is a project in the making.
That's great. Well, thank you for that. Look at you. You guys are 2 steps ahead of the mayor. Very nice.
And thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart. Well, Stuart's always 2 steps ahead of the mayor, so
Gail,
he
Gail-
already knows that.
Gail, can I ask you one question? The
Sure.
Administrative adjustment fees, will they show up in the 2022? That's what the board.
Yes.
approved? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Page 8 of the
Oh,
PDF.
next page.
That's good.
What a segue, guys.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay,
There you
there we
go.
are.
Thank
So
you.
any changes I highlighted in blue.
Yep.
So I have a question in here, and I'm gonna disagree with the request on the planning director of the planner, the 300 and other items. It's still too vague for me, and maybe if a story, if you know something about that maybe wasn't, I know you may have not seen the meeting yesterday, but to me, it needs to have more substance than what it has right now. So I don't agree with that fee right there. So if we want to clean up some things, Mayor, that's the first one I would say, let's get rid of it. Because
And that's
it's just-
actually new. Manny, let me just understand. Let me understand. It's like a miscellaneous. It's like other, so that they have
Exactly.
a lot. Okay, let me understand. Is it your problem that there's a title like other, or is it your problem that you think $300 is the wrong amount?
Is the title, and it's not still clear to me what falls under that category of miscellaneous. It's still not clear what that looks like to me.
So would
Okay.
you like specific detail added there?
Well, I don't want details. I would like to take this out of it, because as you guys know, we can add things to the fee schedule. So until we clarify what that looks like, at least, okay, let me say this again. This is my feeling. I'm only 1 of 5. If the rest of the board feels that it is appropriate to have that without having the whole understanding what that means and how it's going to be utilized, and then if the majority rules, then I have nothing to say. But my suggestion would be for us to understand exactly what that looks like, because for the explanation that was given to us yesterday, it's still nothing there yet. That's my opinion.
So I hear you. Let me tell you what I understood yesterday. And you and Bob usually get this because you've sat on a lot of these meetings. You see it differently and oftentimes in a better way. But what I heard yesterday from Joe is that there has been at least one instance, even more, that something comes up that just is not a predicted item. There is no line item. The absence of a line item does not give them direction on what they can charge for that item. That actually puts a real kibosh on a project or on a request, because to get a price for it probably means they have to come to the board, and we don't act that quickly. We act as quickly as we can. First, somebody has to come in front of us. Then they have to explain something to us. Then we all have to agree on it. Then we have to put it in writing. Then we vote on it. And I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not by much. And so I think the way I understood it, and I may have misunderstood, so somebody will correct me, that what Joe is saying is, I need a line item that's a net for things that come up that I don't have a line item, and the absence of such requires me to go through a different process, which holds up projects or holds up a person's request. And it's a shame that it does that it holds up things. And I'm guesstimating that $300 is an okay amount, even though I don't know today what that item may be. That item maybe should only be $90, but it might also be $1,000. Like, he doesn't know like, you don't know what you don't know. And it stops the project or an initiative or somebody's request. So he'd like to have a line that basically says others. And $300, when you look at all the sort of fees that gets done, it probably will hit the mark most of the time, even if not always. That's what I understood.
Okay, so this is sort of, and I'm assuming because I watched the meeting from last month for the
Okay.
Architecture Review Board meeting. So now if you look at the zoning board of appeals of $300 for other items or actions, okay? So now if a person or an applicant has to go to both of those meetings, to both of these boards, that's $600. So I'm gonna give you the example that he sort of started, that he actually said it yesterday, sure, about a project that needed a clarification in how many spaces do they actually require. To me, that is a simple fix in a code that will not require you to get this, these additional other items, or go to a planning board and then to a zoning board to get clarification. Because one, he needed to go to the planning board so the planning board can determine how many spaces did this actually applicant needed. And then based on that, he needed to go to the zoning board to get the variance that he needs to comply with the requirements of the planning board. So to me, it was a
And he would
simple
pay
thing.
there. And your argument is, and at that point, he would pay that 300 or whatever it was.
And no, at that point, he already did that. So if we fix things in the code, it will be very clear. And I'm not gonna say, look, and I know this, we're not gonna fix every single detail. Sure,
Right.
we can't, it's impossible. But if we fix some of the stuff that we know is a problem, and we have a list, a lot of those items on that list will address these other items or actions. So those miscellaneous that will pop up, it will always falls on the criteria that is either going to be on the zoning board or the planning board. So to me, creating another layer of that is just more to, it's just picking up something that, because you cannot classify something. Instead of the suggestion from, and actually wasn't Joe, Mayor, it was actually Jaime Martinez. So suggestions to me like that would have been better off is like, look, we have a problem with the code. We should look at the code and figure it out. How do we fix this? Instead of putting that as a miscellaneous as part of a fee, because we don't know where to classify this item. So those are the reasons why I don't think we should have this. I will get rid of the $300 for all the items and actions for the zoning board and the planning board.
Stuart, is there a reason, and does it make sense to keep these? Because I think that, and I think the director of planning is quite clear, is that we do have issues with our code that need to be addressed, but is there a reason to have these fees in here in the interim? Because changing the code isn't always a
For example,
immediate process.
Karen, if I may, for example, under the zoning, the $300 would cover an appeal of the building inspector's determination. That is not an interpretation. That's not a use variance. That's not an area variance. That is something different. In the case that the deputy mayor was mentioning, the code does, as everyone knows, the code now provides that where the parking regulations are not specified, it is for the planning board to make that determination. In the particular case, someone came in with a property in the professional office district, and they had to, basically do that. I do not know, to be honest, what fee, if any, was charged to that applicant. I don't know. It wouldn't be something that would cross my desk. But there are circumstances where there are certain fees that would be charged. I will say this, that if there was no fee assessed for administrative adjustments, it would likely have come under the $300 fee that's there. But we decided, with the board's approval, that there should be a specific fee. We can, I think both planning and zoning can make an effort to be more specific, but the fact of the matter is there are going to be applications that are going to come through that just don't fit necessarily, the square hole round peg type thing. It's just those things will be there. If another application should come in now with regard to a parking question, it will take you'd have to first, amend your code to deal with that issue. And if you amend it, then obviously you may not have to pay the fee. I understand what the deputy mayor is saying, but it's sort of like, it's a catch-all when nothing else is. Everything else that's referenced under both zoning and planning, those are the vast majority of applications that come before those boards. The vast majority. There are a few, as I said, an appeal of the building inspector's determination. That's not specifically mentioned on here because there are so few. Setting a parking regulation under planning, that's something that you just don't see. Could there be more specificity? Yes, but again, you may then leave stuff out. So it's just, it's a balance. And I think that even if you were to completely deal with what we now have in our zoning code and all those things, there are going to be other applications that are just sort of going to be like out there that could happen. So I think that's why that is put there. But that's the best explanation I can give.
No, and thank you, Stuart. Actually, that makes more sense than anything else. So I do appreciate your input on that one. I just feel that right now, I guess, and like I said before, I don't think look, we cannot fill every definition on the books, or there's always something going to come up. I remember Newcastle many years ago, one of my friends were dealing with situations over there where they didn't have one word that defined what they needed, and they went for interpretation, and it went like over crazy stuff. I get all that stuff, and they had it in a book. I know now that looking at the zoning board, we need to define excavation and what does that mean, from certain applications. So I get it. I just feel, I don't think that is, I understand the interpretation on the zoning. I can sort of get it. I just think we need to have more clarification. At least I need to have more clarification on the planning portion of it, and what does that look like? Because there's not that many cases that will go in front of the planning board in cases like that. And I think, to me, it makes more sense to have that in the zoning board than in the planning board. But again, that's just my opinion.
Okay. I don't seem to have as many issues with it as you do on one hand. On the other hand, I don't know if I like Stuart's explanation because it was closer to what I thought this was all about, which is to have a net, so that it makes it easier for things to be processed, not to add either money or discomfort. Anyone else? Bob, I think, left, right? Did we say that? Because he's still showing up in the gallery. I don't know.
No, he said he was coming back.
Oh, so he
I'm
just
assuming
left it
that
on.
he left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Omar or Dana, any opinions? It's not really a vote, but we do have to give direction here. I just can't keep leaving things hanging.
I mean, I guess it is a little ambiguous. But I guess it just covers those things that we can't predict. And I would have to have some examples of what these other items or actions might be.
Okay, so Omar,
I'm good with it as it is.
you're good with it as is, etc.
I mean,
Oh.
it doesn't seem, it seems like a fairly small amount to me, but I guess it's kind of a catch-all for those things that we can't predict, or come out of.
Yeah. All right. I don't see the harm in it, but I'm feeling like Manny's seeing something that maybe I'm not seeing. So this is why you need 5 people and not 4. Okay. Look, I think the easy solution here is, Karen, I think we just don't understand. Like, I get Stuart's explanation. I understand it differently. Maybe we can have Jaime just discuss it with you and just explain
Yeah.
a little bit more to us. Otherwise, we're going to be spending here all night. I just feel there's,
Yeah, I don't
like,
think
I'm not understanding, like, what the
It's just that, Mayor.
What the issue is.
Yeah, so just keep in mind, we can change the fee schedule at any given time.
Yeah, I know.
So it doesn't matter to me if if you
we
guys,
leave it
if
for
the
now.
majority, if the majority feels that, if they don't understand, or they don't understand, that it doesn't really matter to them, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
If the majority feels that is good as it is, then,
Okay,
at some
so
point in time, I'll
Manny,
bring it
yes,
back
except
and,
I feel like you
yeah.
see a real problem here that maybe needs more explanation and more clarity. There's nothing wrong with asking for more clarity. So let's leave it, but Karen, can we get Jaime to just explain a little bit more? Stuart explained it really well, but can we get Jaime, who asked for it, to actually explain it in a little more detail? So maybe, like, because I don't feel I really understand the issues here, to be honest. I thought it was simple, but
So-
now I don't think so anymore.
I don't think that it's that complicated. I think
Okay.
that Stuart is given a good example. So you want to be able to be flexible, yet you want to be able to be specific. I think that in this case, concrete examples of why we would
Yeah.
need something like that would be the best way, because it is if you're not actually versed in planning and zoning, it's maybe a little harder to understand. So I will
Let's get a little clarity, which is actually what was asked for. So let's go with that.
we can talk about that, and that's not a
Good.
problem. Okay.
All right. Then we have, what else on this page, folks? Okay, sounds good. Next page, please. Okay. Okay, next, please. Hold on. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. 1 second. I just saw something. Stormwater application fee, stormwater permit. Could somebody explain to me 227-4? What is 227-13? What is this stormwater stuff here? Who's paying whom? What's happening here?
This is, I believe, and let me just pull it. This is paid by the applicant to the village. Let me just pull my code book.
Okay. So an applicant wants to put 10 stormwater or something, and they have to pay 10 times 170. No, it's one application, stormwater permit.
So it's a half of 1% of the total construction.
Depending on what is it that they're doing here? They're
So
building.
I would think it would be some sort of stormwater mitigation.
Yes, it's usually for your
So-
larger projects.
Okay.
So some sort of stormwater irrigation, I'm sorry, mitigation.
So let me see if I understand this in layman's term. We have a lot of water issues and flooding issues. We live in this village on the side of a cliff with hundreds of pieces of, like, water, secondary and tertiary water streams underneath everything. And we are charging people because they want to do more stormwater remediation. We want people to pay. That
No,
to me is a
the-
disincentive.
No, 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 no. This
Okay,
is a construction permit fee. They're constructing something. It
right.
needs to be inspected. It needs to be, they need to make sure it's being done correctly, the same way when you construct anything else. And the downside of not having a permit and not inspecting it would mean that if they do it wrong, it could really be very challenging with a stormwater.
Okay, so the way you do the stormwater remediate or whatever you're doing is already in your plans. And this is to make sure you're doing what you're supposed to.
Well, if I can, not every project requires what's called, it's abbreviated as a SWIP, a Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, SWPPP.
Okay,
Not everyone requires it. The larger projects, Birchbrook Manor, Hidden Cove, Hudson Step, Walter's project at 30, they will all require this. So it's a measure of what do you do with the stormwater? The section that's cited here, 227.13, provides that the village may require any person undertaking land development or redevelopment activities regulated by this chapter, which is 227, to pay reasonable costs in accordance with the prevailing rates for reviews of the stormwater pollution prevention plans, inspections, or maintenance that will be provided by the village or performed by a third party.
okay, so this is to get money back for the time being spent to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Next page, please. Oop, you went too far. Okay.
Can I ask a question about the wetlands? All these different, this list of different things you can do, these are all if you, like installation of a driveway, a pool, are these things permits you need if you are in a wetlands area? Is that what that means or?
Correct.
Okay,
These would only come into play if you're if you're within either the wetland or the buffer area. Otherwise, these fees do not apply.
how do people know if they are?
When they
That,
get their permit, and they do their plan, they'll be told whether it's in a wetland or not.
That was, yeah. I'm sorry, are you done, Dana?
Yeah.
Okay. You look like you're upset. Everything okay there?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know if you had I don't mean
Fine,
upset,
like
like, I don't mean you're
contemplating.
emotionally upset. I mean like that
Oh,
something's
no,
not sitting
wetlands
right.
permits really upset me. I just can't. Yeah.
But these are good things. We didn't have them till about a year or
No, I
so
know.
ago.
I'm not upset at all. No.
Yeah. Affordable dwelling units and rental purchase housing opt-out fee. So it's $350,000 per dwelling units, correct?
yes,
When did we put this in?
you changed it, I believe, at the end of 2017.
Okay, and do we feel that's still a good number? I think it is, but I don't know. I only asked if it's a good number because real estate prices have gone up so much. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so this is what a developer would have to pay if they want to opt out of having affordable dwelling units.
That is correct.
Right.
So they have to pay tidy sum per dwelling unit. I mean, like if they have to have two, then, and they don't want to, and they want to be market, then they have to pay $700,000.
That would be correct.
Yep. And my point is, like, it looks like a lot, right? I'm sorry?
So that kind of de-incentivizes, opting out, but
Well,
that's,
that would-
that's what you want, right?
That's actually,
That's the point,
and my
yeah.
point is that I think it's too low. Because when real estate values go up the way they have this year and continue to be going up, maybe the values have gone up, but I guess I could live with the whole idea is that we don't want people opting out. So there are areas of Westchester where you could make this $1 million a unit and they will pay for it to not have affordable and have actually. So we want to make sure this is a disincentive. That's the entire point here. So it's got to be a nice chunk and then we take that money and we use it to help out the community in different ways. I don't know if anybody, we did have somebody that bought out, I think. That's a number of years ago. So we think this is the right price? Okay, I'm not hearing objections.
No, I guess, Mayor, we can always look at this, sure, and see what exactly what the market is
Yeah,
giving
we
out
could take
for.
that on or get an
Yeah, I
intern
think we
to
should
start
put
looking
this
at
in-
Westchester County and
Yeah, I
just
think
see
it's a
that we're
fair-
okay.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. I think we should do that because you remember last time in 2017, we did that and we haven't done a change since
Right.
it was first established, you know? So I think it's fair to say that we should look at this again and what the market is on now.
Yeah.
So, I
Yeah,
would
we
like to
spend
put it in
actually
light
quite a
on
bit of
now.
time on it because you look
Yeah.
at a 30-year rate because that's a value to most developers. They don't look at 1 year, they look at 30 years and what they make in the differential. Anyway, enough said about it. Let's keep moving. I just I put it out there and we'll look at it in 2022. Just we'll have maybe an intern if we're lucky or somebody to take it on as a project and they'll spend you know, a couple of hours and we'll see what's happening out there. Okay. We're down to what's happening. Police department here. Okay. I'm good with this. Good with that.
Thank you.
I see a bunch of blue here. This is why Stuart apparently, this is what you are here to discuss. Is that right? If we have any questions, is this part?
Well, yes, it's for the permit for the operator, it's for the driver, it's
Mhm.
for the towing fee, the storage fee, and whether you wish to also put into the code any additional fees relating to towing.
I'm just reading through it.
I just should point out the towing and storage charges, that's actually what we have now, which is fairly low in terms of municipalities in and around the area. So that may be something that the board may want to increase for both the tow fee as well as for the daily storage fee.
So what will be your recommendations on something like this?
Okay, well, just let me go back. On the operator permit and the driver's permit, and Dale, correct me, I think that's what we have for taxis already. So the thought was we would just essentially use the same numbers with regard to that. Again, with tow truck operators, and operator meaning that's the person who owns the tow truck, the driver is different. That is a per tow truck charge. So for each truck, they will have to pay $350.
Got
And they're non-transferable. I mean, if the license changes, but it's a $350 per truck, and it's $145 for the driver. The driver also, there's also fingerprint requirements, which are now in the code. With regard to towing fees, we currently charge $100 for a straight tow. One of my thoughts is Peekskill, for example, charges $150 for a straight tow between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. and $200 at other hours. So, and so they do it based upon time. The town of, just reading my notes here, the town of New Windsor and the town of Islip on the island, they go based upon the size of the vehicle that's being towed. So for example, in the Islip, it's $160 for a straight tow for passenger cars and vehicles that do not exceed 2 tons, $250, everything that exceeds 2 tons. Town of New Windsor is a $200 and $250 charge. So if you want to be consistent with, Peekskill just to our north, that would be $150 basically between 8 and 6 and $200 between 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. That's what they do. White Plains, just as an example, is $125 for vehicles that don't exceed 4 tons of gross weight, and then $10 per additional ton. So it varies all over the place. Tarrytown is $125 flat. So It's just 100 is low. I know that when Kevin had spoken with some of the tow truck operators, they had said it was low. It has not been changed, I believe, in a good number of years. So that may be something to just think about. This is a fee that goes to the tow company. This is not a fee that the village gets.
And
They just can't exceed this fee.
and the storage is still $25.
Well, the storage is 25. My thought is that the storage is low. I'll give you a peak skill is $55 for 24 hours after the first 24 hours. And that's for outdoor storage. They have a separate fee of $85 per day for indoor storage. New Windsor, which is up in Orange County, $70 for outdoor storage, $90 for indoor storage. I should point out that 25 is not the lowest. Elmsford is 20, but 25 is fairly low, although that's still what the city of White Plains charges. That was also a number that the tow operators, who Kevin is familiar with, have said was, again, a number that has not been changed for a long time, and maybe something that the village wants to change. Again, these fees are always subject to change. So if you wanted to change them at a later time, you could. But I just wanted you to know what is charged, in other locations.
Stuart, could you just explain the difference between 247-13 and 250-35?
247.
Towing and storage versus towing and storage charged by private
Oh,
towing /
Mayor,
storage.
well, what happened is 250-35 will come out because that's no longer in the code.
Fabulous. So it shouldn't be on here in the first place, right?
Right. That's
Okay.
correct. That will come out.
Okay, so
Because
that
247 is the new chapter.
all right. So Dale, maybe so all of 250 is coming out?
No, but the part in 250, the article that specifically dealt with
Got it.
towing is out.
All right, so so that should be good at yellow highlights, so we remember to take that out. Okay, anybody have thoughts? I mean, I'm good with I think it needs to go up. If it hasn't gone up in years, it's not fair to parties concerned. I have an issue with this per day for storage. I understand that it's low on one hand, on the other hand, that number adds up really fast. Really fast if somebody doesn't have money or whatever. I'd be okay with 135 or 150 for instead of 100. I'd like to have some thoughts on that and also some thoughts on this per day thing. So anybody?
But just remember, like when we start changing fees a while back, when we start, because we haven't done it in a long time, we did some sort of a percentage, and I was just looking at, what does that look like? Is it fair to say it's a 25% increase? Is it fair to say it's a 50% increase? And I will agree with you, Mayor. I think the 150 is a little bit more than 25%, which is a fair. I want to say it's fair. Not fair as a global wise, maybe not,
Right.
but I think it's an increase, a fair increase for now. Because when I was younger, when I was 19.
Well, you were younger yesterday. We're
Yeah,
younger
that is
every
true.
day.
Many years ago, many years ago, I actually got my car towed because my registration for some reason had 2 different years on it.
Uh-huh.
And it was on a Friday night. And I didn't have that much money. And my mom and my dad said, "Man, it's your car, it's your problem." And it stayed there for a couple of days. And you're right, and accumulates.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will say, to me, it would be fair, $150 and probably $50, maybe $35 on the storage per day, if anything. That would be my suggestion on this one.
So you're going with 150 and then like 35, but I was going to go lower on the per day. Personally, I was going to go 10% is $2. So 20% would bring it up to $30 and, 150 one time fee. Anyway, we could sit here all night over $5 and $10. I'm good with 150 and either 30 or 35. Anybody else? So we can just, these
Sorry,
kind
why
of
did
things
we
are
just
hard.
increase that fee by 50%?
The 100?
Yeah.
because it's unfairly low
Oh, is it? Oh,
in relation to what the marketplace has and for the parties concerned. And we don't do it often. We spent a lot of time on towing issues this year. So it feels like the right time. You're concerned about, I hear concern that it might be,
that's
To-
just, it's just a big leap. so.
that it's it's too much, you think?
Yeah. I mean, if Terrytown is 125,
And what is their daily on that, Stuart?
Well, Tarrytown's storage fee is $50 a day.
Yeah, see, because they
One-
know
one
that
way
it's
or another.
actually the daily that is where you really get them.
Mm.
So I rather do,
well, I just think that a lot of people who get towed may not be able, it may not be able to afford it $100, let alone 150, so. I
Yeah.
guess I just-
But then the trade-off is, like Stuart was saying, this money is going toward the towing company. So it's not the village that's not collecting that extra money. It's on the other side, making it tougher for then this business to do what they have to do. I would just say for my piece, I'm good with 150 and 30.
okay. And Dana, the problem that occurs is if you don't at least stay with your, with the areas, Peekskill being north of us, is what starts happening is the towing companies, you're not getting the qualified ones, you're not getting the ones that are doing what they're supposed to do because they suffer for it. So where did we come, like, we're thinking 150 and either 30 or 35. So Manny, can we go with 30 and not 35 on the per
Sure,
day?
I'm good with that.
And that way, when your daughter gets towed and she learns her lesson, she
Yeah,
will
there you
know that she might be able to afford it.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
Well, your parents are right, because apparently you didn't forget that.
Mayor, can I just ask with regard to the $30 a day, is it also the view of the board that $30 should start essentially the second 24-hour period?
Yeah.
not with the first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
bringing that up. And another
Thank
thing
you.
that came up in our conversation is about holidays. So for a person, like, why should a person be penalized if it's a 3-day weekend and the place is closed? I remember a little bit about this conversation. So do we want to exclude holidays as being part of it, or is that just getting really too complicated, which makes this?
I can tell you that I've looked at about 15 different places. No one has a holiday exception. I
All
mean,
right, so
basically, it's a per day fee. The difference in, other than the dollars, is some do indoor versus outdoor, and some start
Right.
the clock running from the first minute it goes into the.
no,
store.
I think a person, like, I think that most people, they're gonna come out from wherever they are, they're gonna see their car's been towed. You got to give them the opportunity to pay the amount and be done. In my opinion, like, you got to give people a fair chance to go to an ATM or a friend or a parent and get the money together and go get their car and deal with it. So I would start at the second day, I guess. Is that how that works?
It would be, yes, it would be the second 24 hours, essentially.
Okay.
That's when it would be. And that's actually what we've been doing now, but we can do that.
Good.
That would be, I do want to make one last thing. The way the code is written, there are potentially other fees that the village board can set. And remember, these are only with regard to tows that are directed by the police department.
Right.
So they don't deal with any other types of tows. But there are, for example, and one of the things that was mentioned by
Right.
Bobby Nolan is what happens if someone wants me to take the car out of Ossining?
Right.
And or if what do I do then? And so he was suggesting, impose a mileage, fee that you can't charge more than $7 a mile. The tow truck company cannot charge more than $7 a mile. And I can tell you that is, in fact, done in a number of municipalities. They have that. There's also fees with regard to, special types of towing. If the car is in a ditch, if the car is overturned, if the car is.
Yeah, he talked
locked,
about that because it
uh,
could take 2 hours to get a car out by like
So for
route,
example,
whatever. Yeah.
so they had labor charges for that. I'm not saying you have to put it in now because it's probably will be a discussion that would take a little bit of a while to
Right.
go through all that. But those are things to just think about because there are other fees. Just to give you an example, Ray Oakley mentioned there is a fee and many places charge for the equipment that's used to clean up the roadway if there's oil and a fluid on the roadway.
Yep. And glass.
You know, labor for recovery of cars that are not on the roadway, you often see a charge of $100 an hour. Labor for cleanup, labor to unlock cars, you know, special equipment to recover. Those are all fees that municipalities do put into their fee schedules. But right now, I think the important thing is towing, storage, and at least we can go from there. And then if we have to, you know,
Okay.
add to that. The only thing I should point out is that if we don't have those fees in there fairly soon, those are going to be set by the tow companies. Because if we don't have a fee there, we're not essentially imposing a fee on them. So,
Okay.
you know, so that's just going to be out there. But I just want to point that
So
out.
I guess Stuart, my only question is why didn't those suggestions make it to this session? Is it because?
Well, Mayor, they did. I said, this was the memo that Karen sent around to all you folks.
And we didn't do what we were supposed to. We were
so-
supposed to get back to you guys on this,
So
right?
it was, yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, whatever.
That's on us. No, it's fine. So this is a February conversation that we're just gonna have to take all these things, or two of us will sit down and make a recommendation to all five of us, so we don't constantly have to be in all these meetings and use the work sessions if you guys want to do it that way. I think
fine.
that's the point.
Right, but if at least we have the towing and storage,
Okay.
that's a good start.
Unless somebody tells me otherwise, I feel, and thanks for making that point, that this is really the police is asking that a car be towed because it's usually a dangerous situation. It isn't just like somebody parked on who knows where and got towed here.
Right.
I think we said 150. I think we said 30 per day.
Correct.
Okay, so somebody say otherwise. We're going once, we're going twice, 3 times is the charmer. We're moving on. I see that on Parking Meter, the mobile parking app was added per what we had already discussed in a work session more than once. And I believe we even discussed this 25 cents per transaction was something that Maddie had brought to our attention. We went between 25 to 33 cents to 35 cents to this and that. This is where we landed. So having recalled that conversation, I'm okay with it. Does anybody object to it? This was highlighted for us as a change. And we
I'm
said
okay.
we'll try it out for a year. If I'm not right, Maddie, you're gonna have to remember that we're gonna try it out for a year and make adjustments once we have data. Yes,
okay
please,
with that,
Manny.
Mayor.
You're
Yeah,
good
no,
with
I'm
it?
okay. I'm okay. Yes, I'm good.
All right, going once, twice, 3 times, we're done. And a year from now, so this time next year for the next budget, not after the budget, the staff's gonna have to have the data ready for us and then make recommendation as part of the budget process. We don't need to have work sessions because we've already agreed on what we're gonna do. You're gonna look at the data, you're gonna make a recommendation. If it's really wildly crazy, there's gonna have to be discussion. If it's like you should be charging 23 cents or 19 or whatever, I think like we don't need to spend a lot of time in discussions over 2 cents. Okay. Boot and tow. I've never seen a boot on any cars in Austining, but I know we have a boot somewhere. Tampering with a boot and tow eliminate for new. I don't understand what this even
Mayor, what it
says.
is 250-65 would come out.
Okay,
It's now section 250-66, but there's no suggestion of a change in the
in the
fee.
pricing.
That's
Okay,
correct.
now I see what you guys did. Okay. Yeah, all right. I'm fine with, we never even do this, but I'm fine with it. I mean, one day if we decide to go a la Boston and boot everybody everywhere so people never commit the crime again, then that's a different conversation. I think we own one boot, so I think we should move on. The fingerprinting, I was told the other day we don't do fingerprinting, but it says $35 here. I thought we stopped doing fingerprinting in the village. Or are we still doing them? Oh, it's non-criminal. I don't know. I thought the chief said we don't do fingerprinting anymore in the village.
For the criminal portion, I think they do for vendors, things of that nature. I think they do get the fingerprints.
They
on.
do? I thought he said we don't do it. Okay, fine. We can move on. If we do fingerprinting, that'll be the fee. So nobody is suggesting that we increase the annual ID cards cost, even though we're going to be spending a lot of time, a lot of money redoing the community center. Is that correct?
That's correct. He didn't propose a fee change for that.
Mm-hmm. Village of Briarcliff Manor residents and non-residents. So those are town residents? If you're village, well, some of them must be. Does the Village of Briarcliff Manor allow Ossining residents to use their community center?
No,
Still not, right? I think they allow the parks though, correct?
No,
no.
I thought they changed that.
no.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, so I think the distinction here, Mayor, is that Village of Ossining and unincorporated area residents are at one rate, and then the Village of Briarcliff Manor residents who are part of the town of Ossining still and non-residents are at 45. Is that correct, Dale?
Is that what it said there? It doesn't say that there.
Well, I mean, Village Briarcliff Manor residents and non-residents is pretty much the same thing, right? So it doesn't really matter if they're part of the town of Ossining or not at that point.
Right, so I would increase that amount. Is my point. They have a community center, they have a pool. Ossining folks can't use it. It's only exclusive to them. And so for those that come here for whatever reason, the question is, do you want to charge them more? Because they have another option and our folks don't have another option.
I'm not disagreeing, but I think the difficulty is that there are some Village of Briarcliff Manor residents who are also paying taxes to the town of Ossining. So
That
you
would
could-
be,
Yeah, you could.
that would be
further
in the first
divide-
line, wouldn't it?
No, so the unincorporated area residents don't belong to either village. There are, Dale, I don't know about how many.
There's 8
but-
households you're talking about.
No,
There's
No.
about 1,900, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm misunderstanding what this
Town
is. All right,
Yeah, the town unincorporated.
okay.
that would be me. and
No.
Stuart.
The town is in the first line, $10.
Right.
Okay, good with that. The second line, Village of Briarcliff Manor residents and non-residents. I don't even know what that means. That's like, feels like it's everyone. Village of Briarcliff Manor residents and non-residents. So if I live in Croton, where do I come in here? Or in Chappaqua?
I think it's meant to imply that non-residents equals anyone outside the town of Ossining umbrella. Is that your understanding too, Dale?
Yes.
So what my suggestion might be, Mayor, to your point, is to, if you're going to carve out anything, Village of Briarcliff Manor residents who pay taxes to the town of Ossining could potentially stay at the rate where they are now, since they do have an alternative option. And then everybody outside of that class, because they, don't pay taxes to the town of Ossining at all, could potentially be raised to try to.
I just don't think it's that many people. I just don't think this is clear. Is the problem. There's a real absence of, like, if I live in Chappaqua and they have their own everything. They don't allow, that's another community doesn't allow Ossining residents or any other residents to use, even though we all pay Westchester taxes. It's a little bit, seems to me that there should be a high fee for that.
Mayor,
think
you
it would be-
concerned? I'm sorry, just go ahead, Karen.
I think it would be good to have, I think if we're gonna look at these fees, and again, I'm not arguing any of these points, but we could get the number of people who fall into these categories, and I think that will help make.
Yeah,
a better
that would be.
decision.
I'm just surprised he didn't ask for an increase in that, that's all. Especially with all the work we're about to do. It would be helpful, and I think more committed by people who use the facility. So that will be very helpful if it's 9 or 1900 or 19 or, twice that. So that'll be helpful. So we'll keep it as is. And this is one of those we might want to come back to. So
Sure.
the day camps, I think we discussed in a work session. Yeah,
Yes.
I remember discussing it. So
Well, yeah, we discussed it. Actually, that's where during our budget meeting, they
Oh,
were
I'm sorry,
asking
yeah.
for the increase because that we were asking for an increase in the day camp. And then we had the discussion about the Richard Wishney Park and Friends of, we're not a 501c3 raising scholarship money.
right. So I spoke to Richard and Sue. I think I did it while we were having this discussion. So it's still around, and
Right.
it's something that, in fact, Sue had texted me early tonight. I'm not sure it's about this, but I think it is. And we didn't have an official meeting, so I can't really speak publicly, but the organizations there, they have wanted it for past couple of years, and they spoke to Rab about this, that, even using the same name, it could be expanded to include other parks. There's nothing to prevent it from being bigger than, even if you keep the name Friends of Richard Wishney Park, doesn't mean you can't raise scholarships for all the parks in the village of Ossining or the camps or whatever. So we'll bring that up at a meeting that we're going to have to hold and have minutes and have the conversation. So I'm optimistic that that will happen in 2022 for scholarships. And there are other scholarships that can be done. So where are we on this? I'd like to just have some opinions, because this is in blue, because there's been a request to make some adjustments to the fees on this.
I'm okay with the changes.
Bob's still not back, right? Dana and Omar, please.
Good.
Okay. Dana?
Think about the camp fees?
Mhm.
And they're going up because everything is going up.
Because they really have, we run the camp at a deficit, so we're subsidizing the camp as is. But we haven't raised a fee in quite some time, and it is, it is not necessarily cheap to run the camp, and some of our expenses around hiring and things like that have, it's a heavy lift. So the rationale is it's still a very, very affordable camp. While we recognize that it is a hardship, we also have, we're also subsidizing families who can probably afford the extra money. So, it really is a balance. And one of the ideas was that we be more thoughtful and deliberate about cultivating scholarship opportunities for kids who really are in need.
So I want to put a little perspective. All these prices on these ages is in Westchester County, because I just did this because I run a community center and we run a very successful camp. These are generally, the fees you're looking at the increased rate is generally less than 1 week of a camp for these age groups in Westchester County. And I don't mean in the affluent areas. I mean all in. This is still an amazingly, really well-run camp, really high value, and the cost with COVID and staffing and all that has increased pretty dramatically. I'm fine with it on that basis, that it's still like really for 6 weeks camp at these prices, it's really good. I just wanted to, because I just did the study for my own, because we're pricing out our summer camps where I work. And we looked at recs in different communities. This is a good deal, and a really good camp. But Dana, I don't know if you still feel uncomfortable. Please share your thoughts.
I just want to make sure that kids for whom this is their only camp and who are, from homes that struggle to find the money to send a child to camp can still go to camp,
I'd like to make a suggestion, because I think that's always been the concern, but to other points, there are also people that can well afford this, who are not paying a fair share either. It depends like for what they should be doing. One of the things on the applications, Karen, that we find very successful for scholarships is that we put on all apps that if you want to support your neighbors or whatever and donate, and I don't know if people can donate to this camp for scholarship, but that you might donate X number of dollars so a child who may not be able to afford it could get the money. A lot of camps do that. You know, you put a little box that says, I'd like to send a child to camp, and donates the money. But I don't know if this is a municipal, like a rec, if
Let
you're
me-
allowed to do that.
we couldn't obviously give any sort of tax exemption for that. So that might be an issue, because I imagine if they do it at the JCC, you're getting, you know, you're doing it as a tax deductible gift.
Honestly, we have different levels. We do like in $100 increments, and then we do a child, like I want to
Okay.
help a child. We charge by the week. I'm sorry, by 2 weeks. So they just check that off. It's one of the things that,
But there, if they check it off, is that portion of their fee tax deductible? Because we wouldn't be able
no,
to do
because
that.
you're providing a service. It's not just that it's a nonprofit. You're providing an
Okay,
actual
yeah,
service
because
worth
you're
that
actually
money.
buying the service. Okay,
And I really shouldn't be discussing like that part of what I do, but it's just, it's a thought. If we're allowed to do it, that might help raise some funds in addition to the Richard Wishney, if we can do a scholarship piece to it.
we can definitely look into it. I think it's a good idea. I think people would do that, you know, and even if we had increments of partial funding. So we can definitely do that. And I do think, you know, having worked on the other side where we're giving subsidies, the families who can't go at the current fees. So we're not necessarily doing them a tremendous, you know, like we're not addressing that issue. These are typically people who really are, you know, even at the current fees would be a struggle, you know, for some of the kids who we were giving scholarships to in my past roles in working for nonprofits in Ossining. I think there is an opportunity through working with the schools and working with the nonprofit groups and maybe setting up something through a Friends of group to address that. I think it's pretty compelling, and I think it's the type of thing we could get support for. So I do think that will help kids get to camp. But I don't know that we can continue to subsidize the camp and keep it at a quality camp at the levels that we're currently charging.
Yeah, especially with the staffing costs going up.
Is the hourly, are we paying more hourly for camp counselors?
Yes,
The
and
minimum wage went up.
yep. So we're paying more. There's, you know, we have more protocols, we have more oversight. And you know, we run a quality program
Yeah.
for the cost that it is. And you know, if you know, it's also you know, at the end of the day too, this is still paid by the taxpayers in the sense that the subsidy is paid by out of the general fund for tax dollars. And that's something that we always have to be sensitive to when we're looking at our ability to subsidize programs, because there is a balance there.
Okay. Are we good on this? I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
if we've, okay. When was the last time we increased the tennis annual permit fee? Anybody know?
I could look it up. I'd have to stop screen share. So can I answer that at the end?
Yeah, you could also whiteboard and just tell me. I think
Okay.
that when you don't raise these kind of fees at least once in 3 years, you're obligated. Inflation alone requires that. Forget the COVID costs. And most people that play, not all, but most people that play tennis, unless they're, you know, and there are a lot of programs that we have, probably wouldn't be disturbed if in once in 3 years we increase 10% or 15% or something. All right, let's keep moving. Just being mindful of our time here. Pool open swim. What does it say under pool open swim? Is there anything there? I didn't see anything. Or is it? Oh, I see. It goes into this next page. Got it. All right, well, Bill didn't ask for an increase, so I feel like who am I to argue with it? It's his job, as it is every department head, to do their homework. I assume the homework was done, so. What is the lifeguard fee? Is if you're giving a party you're renting, you have to have a lifeguard and you have to pay the fee. Is that how that works? Rental?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Pool birthday party, $100. Wow. Bargain. Okay. Why is there a blue under 190-7 after school programs K through 6? Am I missing something?
He'd like to raise it from, it's currently $170 per month to
He wants to go to
100
180.
to 180.
I'm okay with that. I'm assuming it's the cost
It's
increases.
it's the cost, yes.
And $10 is not, it's not even 10%, and the costs have gone up way more than that, so feels like it's still good unless somebody else has a problem with it. I mean, I could see that most of the things are staying the same. There are only a few things he's asking. How can we set meeting rooms? I don't understand what he's proposing for the community center meeting rooms. $100 deposit return if room is left in clean condition. So you're getting a deposit, but you're returning all of it. Proposed remove deposit and charge 25. Is that what that means?
Yes.
Remove deposit, and now you're going to charge $25 an hour. Okay, anybody have anything to say about that?
So if you put down the deposit, you get it back, it's basically free.
Right.
But he's
So-
changing that.
Now we're changing that to just a flat 25.
That was a question mark, actually. Sorry,
Yeah.
Dana. I said it like a statement, but yeah, that's what I was just asking. Is that
Right.
your understanding, Dale? He's taking away this
Yes.
deposit piece
Yep.
and replacing it with that?
With
Okay,
a, with a fee, yes.
okay. I guess people will be moving on to Zoom. But I don't think this is designed to make money. I think this was designed because so much wear and tear and damage is being done to chairs and walls and everything else, even if they keep things clean. And we have a lot of different groups using it, and it's a lot of work involved in managing who's using it and when they're using it. This isn't exactly going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars, even at $25 an hour, which is, well, I mean, New Rochelle Library charges a lot more than that for the use of their rooms. Our library now charges too, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, they changed that. I just don't know what it is. Anybody have any problem with this?
I don't, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
I'm not going to sit here and micromanage this, but there needs to be a list of which rooms and how that works. Is it all rooms? Is it some rooms? Is it specific rooms? You're going to delineate and explain to people about this like that. Better, that has to be communicated because that's a change. And, you know, if it's not all rooms, then you have to like designate the rooms and say these rooms and not
Amy?
those.
Jamie, when you go to apply for the rooms on iCompass, aren't they delineated? We'll get the list for the board. But I think when you go apply, the rooms that are available are delineated, so you would know when you do the application.
Yes, and if it's something where it's a village partnership, once it gets submitted, then it gets approved. So I think that that's part of the discussion that they have on the recreation side. So if it's like, you know, an event that's
They wouldn't charge us to have an event there.
No, we're not charged, but everybody else is. But if it's a partnership event, like where, or if it's a program that we're paying the consultant that's running the program, no.
But if
if
somebody
it's-
wants to have a birthday party or rent it
Well-
for a meeting or something like that.
Yeah, they can do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
And
it
it's-
has the price list in there. Yeah.
All right, so you guys get the request, so it's not just so automated, so there's no like 2-hour minimum or 4-hour maximum, it doesn't look like, but maybe on the form there is, because on this pricing there isn't.
I think
So-
it's a per day, and it's by the hour. So if there's something that's already booked in that space, you wouldn't be able to book it. It wouldn't accept your booking.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I mean, if there's space for 4 events throughout an entire day, if somebody only booked it in those timeframes, then you would get those 4 payments at that
Okay.
time.
All right, I'm okay with that. Anybody else have issues, negative or positive with this, or the amount, I guess, would be, I mean, that's what they're recommending. Karen, did this go through RAB?
I believe so, yes.
You'll just check though, right?
I will
So
double check, but I
Okay.
believe that this is all discussed with them.
I'd feel better knowing that our volunteer board that represents Barcliff, Ossining Town and Village
Okay,
looked at it and said, yeah.
okay, got it.
I know I'm jumping in the middle of this. Did we do the vendor fees?
We're at 190.7, page 13 of 18.
No, I have it up in front of me. I'm just, did we go over the vendor fees?
I don't believe we've done vendor fees, did we?
The day fees for the vendors, the guys that come to the parades?
Is that the hawkers and?
Yes.
Yeah.
th-
Yeah,
those
that
I-
was in page
that-
Do
2.
that.
That's
I-
page 2. We
Oh,
That was
um,
all the way in the beginning.
I just want to give my feelings on it.
Okay, go ahead.
I
We
don't
can go
agree-
back to
I-
page 2.
I don't agree with them being on our street. Especially during the parade. They're a distraction. It's just a dangerous situation. Our streets aren't that big. And I would rather either say no permit for them or jack the fee up to where they won't come. Because it's just not a good look. I march many parades and there's a lot of parades, a lot of villages don't allow them to be there.
What's a hawker? Can
They
somebody-
they run around with grocery carts that they stole from somewhere and they fill them with the little balloons and the flags and the banners and the horns and the snappy things. And they're a nuisance. To me, they're a nuisance. And I'd rather see them either not allowed or jack their fee up. I think it's $25. They make that in their first stop. That's nothing for them. They show up in a
Is-
van and they come out like cockroaches out of a van and then they run down the street.
Okay.
And they're all over. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know how anybody else feels about it.
Okay, is there another definition, Stuart, for hawker though? Food trucks are not hawkers, right?
They're not.
I
Mary, no.
get that description because I think we just had that.
I
at
don't know
the
what you would
fair.
formally call them. I mean, I have my name for them, but
No, I
um,
understand, but there's got to be like, I was asking, it's funny because I said to before, hawkers just seems like such weird. Who qualifies as a hawker, Stuart? Like under
Well, actually,
whatever.
Mayor, what technically, what it would be under our code would be an outdoor vendor. It's a person or entity who sells or barters goods, wares, food, or merchandise on any public street, sidewalk, or other public place.
So food trucks do or don't fall in there?
Food trucks do not fall within there.
Okay, I'm
But-
just,
is there
Okay.
room, if we decide to omit them, is there room in there to say, I don't want to hurt, like when they have big events and stuff, I get that. But, they're not going to be there at your big events, your village fair. We know where they're going to come. They're going to come to the parade. Is it possible to say not allowed during the parade? I don't know. I'm just one voice. I don't know. And nobody else is saying
it would have to
anything,
be
so-
any, no, we already discussed this a while ago, so.
All right, well,
you know,
then I'll
We
keep my
didn't
mouth
really,
shut
we
then.
didn't really make a big deal about it, but now that you're bringing up a different issue, we're all just sitting here processing what you're saying. That's why you're
Okay.
not getting an immediate reaction. We're just processing. It could be at parades, but maybe not at other events. But this would be a fee, so not allowing them is actually more of a code, not a fee discussion, right?
That
I
would
don't
be-
know,
yeah,
Stuart, I'm
no,
asking
Mayor,
you
you'd
actually.
be right. If you're explicitly that you don't want something done at a particular location, that's really more code than fee. At least our definition now would allow this. So if we did not want that, we would probably have to carve something, something out. with regard to that. We can't charge the fee so high that people can't do it, because again, the fee has to be in relation to, essentially what the municipality's expenses are.
Can there be just a parade fee?
Well, then you could add a separate fee.
That's
You'd
what I'm
have-
saying.
That, I mean, but that would be something to consider. It's something I'd have to think about, but I mean, if you, we don't have something.
And it
like
can't
that
be
either.
one parade. If you're gonna do that, it would
Oh,
be
parades.
any of the parades.
You're only gonna
Stuart,
see
who
them at the
would
fire
enforce
department
that?
parade. The only parade you're gonna see them at.
Who enforces it? The police?
I would think it would have to be mayor, because most parades, I'm not sure who else would be there to do it.
Right, because I don't see them ever asking anybody, they don't ask the folks that come out to show anything. In the city, they do. In Manhattan, I don't know. I'm sure it's in all 5 boroughs, but they do. I don't even know when the last time was that any hawker paid any amounts like that. We'll find that to even be a case. All right, anybody have any other thoughts on this? Now that we're processing the information?
I don't have many. I'm okay with what we had. If we're talking about 1 or 2 people that actually are that, I don't consider them to be a cockroaches like it was mentioned. I take that a little bit as an offense, Bob, to tell the truth. Me personally, I seen them in other parades as well, in other events. And sometimes, people need to do something else to do the, to do a leave-in. That's the way I look at it. So if we're looking at just on the perspective of looking at on a fee portion, again, I seen them in other events and I seen them in 1 or 2 people. So if that's what we are looking, if that's what we're talking about, I'm okay with that, with what we have right now in our books.
What are we charging for hawkers? I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the right place. Sorry. Dale, you're jumping around a little bit. Are you looking for it?
Yeah,
I feel like you passed it.
I thought it was on page 2, but I don't.
That's because I said page 2, because that's what I remember it, but now I don't see them. So might have been,
Here it
It's
is.
page 3.
oh, page 3. Sorry. So,
$25 a day, Mayor,
okay. Nope, hawkers and peddlers, 150 per
year.
year. Oh, 25 per day. And $20 for mandatory police department ID card. So they're supposed to pay 45 technically.
Right.
I'm confused because in what scenario does a hawker or peddler, are they 2 different categories, pays a year? Who would pay for a year?
If someone is, for example, a door-to-door salesperson, who knows they're going to be in Ossining a lot, they would get the year.
Yeah, this is from the olden days where people sold door to door. I
That's
don't think
correct.
that's done very much anymore, but that used to be
Roller
huge
brushes.
businesses. Well, vacuum cleaners, all sorts of stuff. I forgot those days.
That doesn't happen anymore.
All right, so it seems reasonable at the very least, but I think the whole issue is who enforces this, because we can raise this to, doesn't matter what, but if the police isn't enforcing it, then they're not enforcing it, right? To ask for, make sure the money is there. I don't have a problem with raising this fee, but to Stuart's point, it can't be hundreds, because that's not a reasonable cost, because it doesn't cost us hundreds to manage this. So we could double the price and still be reasonable, but that's not hundreds of dollars. That's $50 per day. They usually only would do it for a day or 2, I guess, and $40 for an ID card, because it costs us money to manage the cars. I mean, can we do it more than that? I don't really have a problem with raising this. The bigger issue is whether we want hawkers and peddlers, not peddlers, hawkers at parades or events. I think is actually the bigger issue that has been raised here.
I'll say my piece. I'm good at leaving it how it is and having a separate conversation about the role of these folks at a later date. The way that I feel personally about it is a little bit different than what I feel legislatively. Personally, and looking at what some of these folks sell, these are mostly targeting kids, and they have, at least in the one time that I've seen, the most recent firefighter parade, fake guns. And in a country that's dealing with gun issues, to me, I didn't see it as appropriate to sell fake guns to kids. But okay, like that's my personal opinion. Does that mean that I think that they shouldn't be there from a legislative perspective? No, I think that is probably fine. But I also think that it's part of a larger conversation outside of what we would have here in the budget.
Okay, so let's do Dana, excuse me, were you raising your hand?
No, I mean, I saw, yeah, I remember when in the fireman's parade, I can see what Bob means because they, sometimes will go out in the parade route and in
Mhm.
front of trucks and stuff. And it's, on the other hand, I don't begrudge people making a living either. And I don't think that, I don't know, I don't think we need to call them names. And I think people deserve to make a living. I also didn't think selling plastic Uzis at a fireman's parade to children was appropriate, but that too is my feeling.
Yeah, and I will say, oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Dana.
But I don't feel as strongly about it as others.
I will say that when we were at the grandstand, there was two people that really actually interfered with the parade.
Yeah, I
I
saw
mean,
them as well.
they were on the street and they were crossing over, and people who were trying to get across couldn't get across. And they were turning these things around and actually going through the parade. Actually, it was dangerous where we were standing because it was very narrow in that specific, and there were a lot of people there. So I totally understand also the street and sidewalk issue and everything else said. So I'm going to go with, there's no point to changing this by $20 or $30 because it won't have the effect anyway. And what it really needs is a conversation about whether we should allow this at parades, frankly, even other events, because those people that do pay fees in the hundreds of dollars and permits and all of that don't appreciate people that just pull up a van, take all their wares out, don't pay all those fees, and are there just for the hour or two where it's the busiest and leave. And they don't pay the fees that everybody else does know. So I'm sure there's a bigger issue here. So my feeling is let's leave it for now. And we're going to go into a conversation with fees. We have a couple of others to discuss and include this in the conversation to say whether as a matter of code, we would like to continue allowing hawkers. Peddlers, I don't think are an issue in the 21st century. Nobody does that anymore. I mean, the Girl Scouts won't even allow the girls to go out, or girls or boys, I guess, siblings, to go out door for door. I don't know if anybody's allowed does it anymore. So it's something that's left over. But the hawkers are a thing. So why don't we just leave it as is for now, and we will put it on a February something agenda with other fee discussions of what we want or don't want and whether we want to put this into a code or not. Does that make sense? Because I think good points have been brought up.
Yeah, just a point of clarity. I wasn't calling people names. I was just using a point of reference of what it looks like when they get there. So I've seen it many times. That's all. So if you're
Okay.
offended, I didn't mean to offend you, but you could take it how you want.
Fair enough. So let's go back. Thank you for bringing that up to our attention, and we will add it. Let us move. What page were we on? I lost track. I'm sorry. We were past the camps. We were, where are we here? Boom, February, here. Okay, this is where we were, I believe, yeah? And who's bringing this to our attention? Public Works, what's happening here?
These are the proposed 5% sewer rate increase and water rate increase. So this, what happens is we do a blended rate as we're going into the new year. So these are the new rates for the blended rate along with the annual rate that will occur when all past accrual time is caught up. So this will be the new rate.
Wow, who sat around and figured this algorithm out?
I have a spreadsheet.
Okay, it's by month, 5%. Owners and related customers will be grouped together for purposes of determining billing consumption thresholds. What does that mean exactly?
So essentially, for anybody that's over that 22,000 or 33, depending on your billing cycle, anything over that usage amount is billed at the 1.5 times rate above. So we only have one customer at this point that
Right.
falls into that category. So.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm saying okay because I understand the English part of this, but it's just basically you took the 5% and figured out how to make it equitable.
Right.
Okay. Anybody have any problems, questions, comments, objections to this?
I mean, this is all relevant to the 5% increase, so it's really
Yeah.
not much stuff that we can, unless we reduce the 5% or increase that, then these numbers will change.
Yeah.
So,
That's how she got to it. And now you're doing the outside village in town, same concept. It's just a big algorithm that you're doing here. It's sort of never, I don't know why every month changes, but I guess you figured out how to get to a certain point.
Because each zone is on a staggered billing period. So as they follow through in the calendar year, they're going to have 2 months, in the prior year and 1 month in the current year, or 1 month in the prior year, 2 months in the current year. So in order to not, to charge them as equitably as possible, we do a blended rate for
Okay.
each zone so that they're not paying the full rate starting January 1.
And this is why people should learn math when they're younger. Like this is an actual use of math. Yay. When you figure out when do I need to all this math? Yes, sir.
sorry. And just to, again, I know we talked about this, and this is reflecting the agreement that we have, the new IMA with the water, the town and everything else, correct? Karen, Dale, Maddie,
That's the idea.
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on. None of these have been asked to be changed. Metered water, annual fire sprinkler, outside village. We changed that not that long ago. Okay. What is what's 164-13 illicit discharge? I don't even know what that means.
Illicit discharge is sewage, I
Ah.
think.
Stuart was grabbing his book, I believe.
I'm just curious, I take these
I guess it could
opportunities
be
to
other
actually
things
learn
too.
something,
Well, it
huh?
doesn't sound good, whatever it is.
Right? But it's like
probably
community
stuff
talk.
Chemicals into the water perhaps, or yeah, sewage,
Yeah.
Sewage, chemicals, things that,
Yeah.
contaminants, I guess, I don't.
So
Yeah.
this is for the inspection. It's
And also
discharge.
it's for connections that are required to make sure that this does not get into the water system.
Okay. Okay, let's keep moving. And I feel like I'm taking the SATs all over again. What is this? Oh, I see. All
These
right.
are just purchase.
Yeah.
prices for,
Now I got it.
Yep.
Okay. They're delineating what things cost and they're done in footage. I mean, it makes sense. Okay. Very
Okay.
specific.
And then this was the
Got
other
it.
part of the taxi conversation.
So if I go into a part of town that's not village, is First Parish of any point have its own origin within the village of Ossining, because we're the village board. But what happens when you go into the town? Does something else kick in? Most people think of Ossining as Ossining. They don't, most people live here don't even know whether they're in the village and the town and the whatever.
That
So
is
what
a
happens
really,
for the
I-
town?
I think that's a really good question. Dale, I think if you go from the village to the town, it's still only one coupon for the seniors, right? So I think the fare is
Yes,
probably the same
Okay,
if you're going from village to town or town to village.
correct. I think so.
mhm. It should say Ossining then, not Village of. First path from any point have its origin. So they could take multiple people in a car, up to 4.
Well, the way that it is right now, and again, Stuart, Dale, Karen, feel free to stop me if I say something incorrectly, is that the 475 currently as we
Mhm.
speak today, 475 is for the first passenger, and then it would be $1 for each additional passenger. That's how it is right now in 2021. But the recommendation of the clerk's office is a flat fee of $6, regardless of how many passengers you have, 1, 2, or 3, total of 4 people in the car. There's nobody else, who are our immediate neighbors that responded that charge per passenger.
Okay, so if I go with somebody that I came off the train with, and I go to my house from the train, I'm gonna be paying twice $6?
No, I'm sorry. So right now, if you were going from the train station to your home, it'd be $4.75. If you and a friend were going from the train station to your home, it would be $5.75 because
And
you
what is
added
the
one
new
additional
proposal?
passenger. The new proposal is $6 because they are getting a pretty major increase, $1.25, but they have to carry between 1 and 4 passengers for that $6. There's no upcharge per passenger. So again, the same example, if you're taking the train from the train station to your home, it's $6. If you and 3 friends are going from the train station to your house, it's still only $6. But the caveat is you all have to be going from the same place to the same place.
Right, so if there are 4 people and we're each going to 4 different destinations, the driver will charge each person $6.
Correct. If you're going to 4 different destinations.
And they're allowed up to 4 passengers.
I don't know how often that happens, and that's not really a permutation that we got into in our discussions. I mean, I think it was sort of envisioned that if they pick up a fare, they're going to complete that trip before they
Okay.
pick up a new fare. Dale, Karen, Stuart, does that all sound reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this has to be really communicated because it does happen where a 5th person sits there in the front. People should know that there shouldn't be actually more than 4 people. It's unsafe, and I don't want to discuss the pandemic. It's unsafe. So the communication in like a written piece of document in each and every taxi, and I don't see any fees if they don't put something up, like in writing or in a QR code or something. Is there a fee if the taxi companies do not have some written documentation inside the cab for people to know what the pricing is?
Isn't it supposed to be posted on the vehicle?
It is, but I don't know if we have, I don't see any fees that says if it's not posted, what happens?
They can lose their license. So if they're not compliant with whatever they're supposed to be doing,
Right.
then that goes for almost anything, they'll lose their cab license.
Okay, so you see my conundrum here? My conundrum is I get into a cab. There's nothing written to tell me that if there's nothing written, I can report them. How would I know what the rules are?
Well,
And
Mayor,
how would I know that I can report somebody if there's a 5th person in there?
So maybe what we can do, because the police department does, they
Yep.
do inspections. So maybe this could be as a part of the checklist, that these items need to be posted in the rear, I guess the whatever rear where the rear of the back of the passenger side.
Here,
would be.
it
Or
actually
just somewhere
says,
display. Yeah.
it says fare rate is to be displayed on the right and to left rear doors.
No,
So
but the additional information, for
Right.
the floor pass, all that kind of stuff, that could be done on inside the cab somewhere in there with a sign in there that actually specifies those details. And I think we can talk to, we can talk to the.
yeah,
the
I
clerk
agree. I don't want to
too.
make it more complicated than this, but oftentimes it's like people can't report if they don't know they can report.
So
because that's all.
and you're right. And I think it could be more like sort of like an educational tool that could come from the clerk's office or from the police department, where it says, look for these signs if not seeing in a cap.
Right,
if
because
something like that.
at least most cities, I'm not sure about the suburbs, but most cities, literally everywhere in the world, will have something posted about what your rights are and where to call if they're not met, etc. It's actually a pretty big deal. As for this recommendation from $4.75 to $6, one shot 5 will write free for company. Okay, is everybody okay with that recommendation? And I do believe that $4.75 has been a price for quite a while.
10 years at least.
I think it's
Yeah.
more than that, Maddie.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
More
I
than
think
that.
it is actually, because, yeah,
So I'm okay with this. I guess the only concern that I have is the coordination. Sure, we need to make sure that we coordinate this with the town of Austin. So I'm sure Maddie, Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
you
I'm
guys
sure
can
it's
do that.
supposed to be
It'll go-
Austining.
So,
Yeah, it'll go through the clerk's office, so we'll make sure that
Yeah.
that's clear.
I do
Yeah.
have to say that I had gone into a cab a number of years ago, I don't know when, and it said Austining, it never said the village of. So it's probably something that's already being done, that's all.
no, what I'm saying is actually they have to pass the same rates. as
Yeah,
we
yeah,
do.
I believe that that's the recommendation that Sue made to the town as well.
Okay, good.
she said that, yeah. That doesn't mean they accepted it, but yeah, let's coordinate that.
I think that they did, though.
Yeah. All righty,
Okay.
so
All
we're
right.
good? Everybody's good with this? Okay,
All right. So next up is the capital budget.
Thank you all, folks. Have a good one.
thank you,
Thank you,
Stuart.
Stuart.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Stuart.
I think we're waiting for what? Dale.
Yes, I'm going to bring it right up. Bless you. Bless. Okay, can you see my screen?
Just a little bit bigger, a touch bigger would be helpful. Thank you. Too big, because then you don't see the end columns.
Yeah,
There we go.
yeah,
Okay.
all right.
All right. This one we probably should sort of go section by section. So comprehensive, I think that because it's multi-year, it's huge. And folks, let's remember, this are they're just placeholders. They're stakes in the ground, very movable. Some of the operating stuff, not so movable, because on January 1, things start working towards it. These are a little bit more movable. They're multi-year. As you heard, many of the things we agreed to last year didn't happen because of supply chain issues, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to put that out there, on a macro level. Comprehensive street and curb maintenance. This is what is being proposed. All of the things being proposed in this entire budget still brings us to the number that we saw from the first moment we looked at the budgets. It's all inclusive, so if that makes sense. So comprehensive street, sidewalk, curbs, etc., etc. What are we thinking?
Me personally, I'm okay with that. That's something that we had encouraged the staff many years ago to increase that budget, and I think it's needed. So yes.
Yeah. This is an old village with lots of work that needs to get done. You finish one side, you start all over again when you finish from one side to the other. And this is what people need to use. We're encouraging people to walk more. So, and there are more people living here. I'm fine with this. I actually would like it to actually be used every year. They don't use what we give them because they don't get to all the work, given other things that come up. The Route 9 corridor study and design, when I see $3 million, it makes me feel like that is a whole lot of money.
That's again, it's not a bid estimate. It's the estimate to do the design and implementation of the road work for Route 9. It would have to be bid. I think it's a conservative placeholder, but if you want to go through with that, forward with that project, that's the ballpark that you would be talking about.
It's probably more than that. Any
Yeah, and-
comments, questions?
The only comment that I have is that actually we are going to be paying with village residents' money and a state road that the state has not, at least as far as I can tell, unless Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, they're willing to even give any money to this whole project at all.
I don't know that that's true. Actually, because the money that was, that we had applied through for Mondaire Jones's office, was wrapped up in the infrastructure bill, and that earmark was not maintained specific to this project. The money, and it is a tremendous amount of money that the state is getting. So we were advised to lobby this Mondaire Jones's office and the state and our representatives to have the state allocate that, at least that $1 million that we had applied for, or monies towards this. So I'm not sure, given the infrastructure bill and the monies that are in there and the fact that this talking about that the state won't have that money for us. So I don't think that we really know the answer, and obviously that'll be a consideration whether we go forward or not, but we're still in conversation with the state, and I think we have to play that out.
But
Right, and
let-
if we don't get it, we can say no to this
We can
project.
say
you
no,
know?
we can wait. You know, I think here's the thing that, you know, we have to think about. These are projects that have been on our list of projects.
I
This
know.
one goes back to please let me finish. This one goes back to the Perillo era, I believe, if not beyond that. So I think that there's always a way to do things, and we have to prioritize. I think what we really just have to look at is this. We have a lot of projects pending right here. We have a lot of grant money pending right here. We'll just have to see where the chips fall and what makes sense. And especially now, because we don't know, you know, in terms of ongoing issues regarding supply chain and the pandemic, and working with intermunicipally, what's going to happen. But right now, that seems to be an appropriate placeholder. Whether we get that infrastructure money to cover it from the state remains to be seen.
Yeah. And I don't think it's a state road, and I don't think the state is doing a good job maintaining, at least in Ossining, Route 9A, the sidewalks. I just don't think they do a good job on one hand. On the other hand, it is cutting our village into two parts, and it makes me crazy. It makes me crazy when I see some person with their kid running for their life as they cross the street from the community center to go up. We could do more events. We can help the businesses. You go through some other towns where 9A runs through it. I'm sorry, Route 9 runs through them. And there are stores doing business because there's parking there. You know, you can go Tarrytown, I'm not Elmsford, but as you go down the river towns, and it's just, I just think this is important. And the fact is that when the state sees that we take it seriously, and I think we're ratcheting up the seriousness, there is a lot of money available for infrastructure from upper levels of government, and we have got to try to get our fair share of it the way we have with other things. So I'm okay for this year. This time next year, we're going to look at each other and say, once again, lots of words, no action from the state. We tried, or we might say we got half the money, a third of the money, or something out of it. So I think it's worth going for it. It's long overdue, and it's really bad for our village. Especially we have the community center on one end of that, right off of that route, right in the center of things. So I think we need to keep it. I'm nervous about the numbers, as I am whenever I see 7-digit numbers on anything, to be honest with you. They add up very quickly. And I don't even know if 3 million is right. None of us do, but okay. I've said my piece. I've said it before. Anybody else have anything? This is in its infancy stage after 20 years, basically.
So, Mayor, if I can just
Yeah.
clarify this, and I'm not disagreeing with the project.
Okay.
I think the project needs to happen. It's been a way too long. The problem that I'm having is every time that the state mandates something for villages and towns and cities, we have to come up with a lot of the stuff. And it's unfair that a project so complex and so essential for our community that we've been asking for years, over a decade, is unfair that they're not are willing to say, you know what, guys, we're going to give you $1 million.
So I
But
think,
this is what, please let me finish.
no, I will. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is what we are willing to do. I haven't heard that. Maybe you guys have heard that. I haven't heard that. So, that to me is unfair.
We're
Fair that
not
we
at that
finish-
stage yet,
Please,
though, with that.
please let me finish.
Yeah.
Please let me finish. Okay, so $3 million, Mayor, I agree. I think is a little bit too low for what the intent and was presented to us. So I'll be curious to see what comes out next year and go from there. I hope we don't have to wait another 5 years. I hope we don't have to wait another year to see the progress on this project, but I'm not gonna cross my fingers.
It's so impossible to say because, we've been working, the state was in all our meetings during the study. So they were the DOT was represented, and that's a big step forward from where we've been, because this wasn't just a theoretical discussion. We've demonstrated that we have an interest in doing this, and we've committed to that study. I think that's a plus, but I do think that it's really important that we have our state legislators. Some of our state legislators are directly impacted by this particular project based on where their offices are. So I think that this is something where the relationships that we have with the state need to, and our legislators really need to be pushed through, because to the mayor's point, and to everything that we found in the study, this is a huge issue, not only in economic development, but it creates a somewhat of a social divide in our community. It's a safety issue. So there's a lot of opportunity now to consistently go to the state and just beat that drum. And whether it's asking for grant funding or money through the infrastructure bill or whatever, I think that we have demonstrated a commitment that I don't believe had been demonstrated previously, because now there's a tangible, hard plan in place.
I think we've got our best foot forward, Manny, and I agree with everything you're saying. You've heard me say this a few years ago. I didn't even care about this project after a while, because I said it's too high of a hill to climb, and we have other things that we do control and want to do. But this could be the year. We've got some new players. Sandy Gallup has always been a supporter, but now there are others who are supporters in this. So, and the money's available, which it wasn't always available. So these are things that might come together at a good time. So we'll leave it. We'll ignore whether it's 3 million, because that's just a number, pie in the sky. Nobody actually knows. Could be more, could be less, could be right on. Okay. The next one, I don't think there's a lot of discussion, but I still have to put it out there. I think we're good on that one. CDBG, the AD sidewalk improvements, the vehicles, large, heavy equipment. Do we have any issues with this, folks? Let us make sure that we read them all, because all these trucks and things and whatever.
I'm not going to go into the pickup trucks, because we're going to have that discussion about take home vehicles. So, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it now. So,
Okay.
but it will come-
Sanitation. Okay, fair enough. I think we spoke during police. Let's keep going. Somebody stop me if we're in disagreement. We understood now why there's unmarked, which was a discussion. The police radios always make me go, whoa, they really add up. The record man, we had this conversation. Seems okay to me. That's my opinion based on the conversations we had. Anybody disagree? Looking at the gallery. Some of things are left over from 21, correct? Dale?
Yes, some, are just items that we didn't move on.
Right. Okay. Do we have any issues there? Fire department, that's where we're up now. We had the explanation about most of the things. I am not a proponent of a fireboat when the police has a boat. and for the size of our community to, I think you invest in one boat of a 24-hour service. So I am not a fan of a boat. I also think that's less than it really will cost, the trailer, the maintenance, the train, all the stuff that goes with it. So for me, this is not something that I would be interested in, but everything else seems okay to me. That's one person's opinion. Does anybody else have any yays or nays or commentary on the requests? In addition, the rest of them, or this one? I just want to read this radio tower. I think we got a lot of explanation about these, so I'm very comfortable.
Bob, I don't want to put you in the position of having to speak for the fire department, but I'm just curious what you would say would be the argument in favor of having a boat for the fire department.
Well, we did have a boat, and it was taken over during Superstorm Sandy. It was the federal agencies came in and took our boat to patrol any point and everything. They were all over the place, and it got destroyed. Yeah, wasn't usable again. So many chiefs ago had put in for way higher than this for a boat. I don't know. It didn't make sense. This number makes sense. Do I agree we could probably get something cheaper? Yeah, as far as money wise. As far as the purpose, just so you're aware, it does have a purpose. I know Manny's going to shake his head, but and I'm not advocating for it. I'm just explaining what it is. There was talk about chief of police and fire chiefs getting together and deciding what's an emergency call and do a joint venture, which I believe is where it left off, and do a joint venture and have an Ossining boat. And that if it's a fire call or a rescue call, that fire department personnel would man the boat. If it was, a criminal thing or, I don't know all the definitions, but if it had something to do with the police, they would man the boat. So that was a discussion. I don't know where it went. But if it happens within our boundaries, which doesn't stop at the shoreline. It goes from wherever our village line stops or town line stops out halfway across that river. That's ours. So if something happens out there, our chief is involved in that situation automatically, whether we have a boat there or not. So, does it happen a lot? No, man, he's going to say, how many times does it happen? We've always had a boat, and it does serve a purpose. And it's like I said, I'm giving the positives. I think there's more positive than negatives. So, are we doing rescues every day? No. The county has a boat on the water. There's times multiple boats along the river are called out for a jumper, which happens a lot more often than you think. So that becomes a search and rescue type of thing, which is fire department based. Croton has a boat. It's an average size. I don't know the size. And then the next boat, I think, is Sleepy Hollow. Briarcliff, yeah, it doesn't make sense. They have maybe a whole square block on the riverfront that would be theirs. But it's always been there. And I'd like to see the placeholder stay there. So if someday maybe you realize it, and maybe it would be a good thing to have in the village, we go from there. But I hope I answered your questions, Omar.
Thank you, Bob. Yes. So when you say that keeping the line there, you mean zeroing it out, but keeping the line for future boards to continue to consider it?
I don't want, it's requested. I'd like to just, like there's a $750,000 placeholder out there for a firehouse. It hasn't been moved on. So, I don't see a problem with it being a placeholder. we've pretty much come to grips that, right now, who's sitting here is not going to approve a boat. And it's not like it's on our agenda to worry about it as a priority. It'd be advantageous for the department, but if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I just wouldn't want to see it zeroed out. That's all.
Thanks, Bob. Dale, can you explain to me how this works? The 250K that is here, when we're looking at, when we go to the public and say, here's our budget for 2022, does that include 250K that is earmarked for something that may or may not happen like this?
What we can do, if the board would like, we could put a TBD in your board approved column. So that way it would still remain there, but to be, discussed, at a further date.
Right.
There's
Okay.
nothing in that column right now. So you're going to be filling in that column?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm taking notes as we're going along.
got it.
Okay, great. So I'm on team TBD then. That's where I am.
And even with things that are approved, you're still going to have a discussion once we go out to, bid the job, or once we commit to it. There'll be a series of discussions because you'll have to approve going out for a bond. You have to approve the, the bid. You'd have to approve the, whoever gets selected. So there's a pretty rigorous process to make sure like this money just doesn't get spent without anybody knowing about it, even when it's approved.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So just to be clear, it isn't just this board. It's been a number of years, and there was a presentation that was asked for, that there would be coordination. The issue is whether you need multiple boats. It's not whether you need one or whether you need the other. It's whether you need multiple. And there was a presentation that was asked for that wasn't delivered to coordinate between the police and the fire department, just for those of you that have been on the board, less time than others. And that just did not come about, even when it was requested. There were conversations. We thought there was going to be an agreement, but there really wasn't, to coordinate the effort. So I just want to be clear, because this is a public meeting. That doesn't mean that can't happen. Probably should. It's just when asked, that did not happen. Now, we have change of personnel all the time, both on this board and others, and all sorts of things can happen. But the usual question comes, can you coordinate the efforts? And because that has not happened, that was another reason why it doesn't move forward. There were also discussions, because Croton has had to go through this. There's the boat, there's a trailer, there is the truck that moves the boat and the trailer if it needs to be moved. There's the storage, there's the equipment, there are the trainings and all that, which again was asked for in a presentation. It's just that coordinated effort hasn't come to fruition in, I don't know, must be 8 years, 9 years, something like that. Maybe it's less, it might be even more. A little before my time, actually. So I just, I don't have a problem with a TBD. I just, until that happens, I'm skeptical that this will take off. Okay. Anybody else? All righty. We learned about the harness replacement when the chief, I'm sorry, it was Chief Gallery. We learned about the other new pieces. We learned a lot about the repeat tower, which was very helpful to understand what that is. Those were something new to us. I'm okay with everything else personally. Does anybody else have anything to add, or wants to take something off the table or add to the table, or etc.? This is what's being requested.
So,
oh.
let me just, thank you, Mayor. Fireboard, I guess Bob spoke on my behalf, but I would like to keep that as TBD. The other stuff, I think everything's reasonable. Bill department items. We're still on that page, sure, because I was looking at the next page.
Yeah, I was just doing like area by
Yeah.
area. So we
Yeah.
just did fire department, then I was the parking meters.
Yep.
Again, they're in like 21, so I'm assuming it's getting pushed over.
Yeah,
We've had this
222, yeah, I
conversation.
see that, yeah. I'm okay with those
The-
items. on this
okay.
page. Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
We talked about the building department. Bob is right. We need to look at all the vehicles. I'm okay to leave it here. Might want to put TBDs on that one because to Bob's point earlier, we're supposed to be looking, or he'd like us to look at all the vehicles. And to Paul's point, even if you order them today, they're not arriving for months. His point was then we need to order them today because if we don't, it's going to be a year and a half from now when we get them. So we got to weigh that. You know, I think those are good points.
So, Mayor, in regards to that particular vehicle, is actually to replace a current vehicle that is there now.
Good
on the
point.
Department. So-
That particular one, which I think
Yeah.
is aged out, yeah.
Correct.
And that can't be done electric at this point. I know that GM is coming out with them, but not yet. And Tesla as well, actually, with a 4-wheel truck, but they're not out in New York yet, so that's not going to happen. Okay, next is Rec and Parks. Let's move it along, Dale, if you could go up a little bit. There we are. Okay, up. We're good.
You went too high, you went right by it.
Yeah, I think Dale, if you go back one page, I'm sorry. There you go.
There
If
you
you
go,
just
right
leave it
there.
right there. Thank you. All
Sorry.
right, so we got a pickup, we have a dump truck, right? And what is this recreation superintendent? What is that? He needs a new what?
That's the rec superintendent's vehicles.
Right, does he not have a vehicle? Are we replacing one? What's happening?
It's a bit older. But I don't think those are, given looking at the vehicle policy and also the fact that you can't get vehicles anyway, these are not, these are things that are subject to review.
Right, so when we walk away from this and it's January 2nd or 3rd, are people going to go and purchase these vehicles because
No,
it's
they're
on
not.
here or they're not?
They're
So
not.
a vehicle doesn't get purchased until what happens?
So no take-home vehicles or no vehicles are going to be bought. If there's needed equipment that is needed to do work, then it's usually would be in the Dale probably you would have moved it over already, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Before,
just quick question.
Mhm.
And they're not asking for any vehicles on 2022 budget. Those are 2021 budget.
That was included, right, in the 2021, and there
Right.
was never a resolution done.
Right,
Which
so they were-
which is the step after the board approves these projects. Before any project can even begin to move forward, we have to do a capital budget
Resolution.
adjustment to establish the actual budget in itself.
Right,
And the board approves that. So until that is done, nothing moves forward. So this is the framework, but nothing actually goes into
But-
process until the board approves it at the next step.
but don't you
But
have to
it's-
take everything from 21 and move it into 22? You don't just leave it
No,
in 21.
Not
No, these
necessarily.
are new items
These
Okay.
that
are new.
are, yes.
So where you see things in the blue columns, those are things that are needed and requested, that
In
that-
addition to the things in 21 that weren't done yet.
no, not necessarily. So the
Oh,
the
okay.
things in 21 just reflect what was adopted the previous year
Right.
before. If you didn't spend it, you didn't spend it.
Okay.
In some cases, you might decide, oh, we're gonna spend it now for, it could be for anything, but right now, there was really no plan to move forward on those items.
So I don't mean to be obnoxious or rude, then what is the purpose of the exercise of this tonight?
So this
If
is
you have to
this-
get our approval before you do any of these things in any case, why are we sitting here having this discussion?
Because the items that are in these two columns which are
Yeah,
the blue
that's-
columns, are the new items for 2022, that the yellow column needs to be filled in for the adopted budget.
So only the things that are in the blue columns are really relevant for this discussion.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
So they have two water utility trucks as well?
Yeah, the exercise is only if somebody has an objection to something in the blue columns, they should speak up. So if you could lift the page up, people will say, yeah, I don't really want this. Otherwise, we're moving into yellow.
Right.
Anybody? Issues? Okay,
What
Next.
about
sorry.
all the way on the bottom with the elevator? I know we discussed it. That was gonna be a TBD, I'm assuming.
No, you have an issue that you think the money that's on here
Not
is too
enough.
low. Right,
No.
not that the project shouldn't go forward.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I'm ready for the project to go. I just
Right.
feel that that's kind of low.
So from a practical point of view, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. If it's gonna be a project, then they have to come to the board anyway and give us the real number and it'll,
Alright.
it's not material. The material question here is whether blue moves into yellow, not whether it's 700,000, 300,000, 200. These are all estimates, guesstimates, and some, I would call this a guesstimate. Some of them are actually estimates. Right, Dale?
That is correct.
Okay,
And at the point that something changes, this capital project schedule will be updated
yeah.
to reflect.
So if it comes to 600,000, fine, I'll come to us and say it's 600,000, but in the yellow, it'll say that the board approved it. The number is not as material as it is in the operations budget.
Okay.
Okay, next page. So we're looking for things that we think really we shouldn't have here anymore, or we, or we want to totally change them. Everything else will probably move from blue to yellow, as I'm now calling it. It's easier to speak in that. So we're
Right.
on to the next page. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
And
it-
this one is a carryover that we do have in
Mhm.
every year for expanding
Right.
the firehouse facilities, so.
A project in and of itself, as far as looking
Right.
at the firehouses, yeah.
Right, so
I'm
I
good
don't
with
know
that.
if you want to move that dollar amount over or leave it. Normally, we end up putting it TBD in that one.
Yeah, I see it on the right-hand side for 23. Okay. Then you've got the other one. All right. Next page. Let's look at this one. If anybody thinks something should be removed from the blue. We discussed the flooring. We discussed that Microsoft Office 360 has to be done. Okay. Next. I'm not hearing objections.
Mayor, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
too
if you
far,
go
too
back-
far.
I'm sorry, if you go back, Dale, to
Please.
page 4,
Where's page 4?
oh, down one, I'm looking at the planning department. So Karen, fill me in, what's the status of all these approval stuff? I know it's a little tough, we're talking about the Austin dot, the obviously the compound is done, but I would like to know what's the status of the duct station on right now?
So
What do we know?
we had a meeting with Gareth and the engineer that he's working with, and basically he's gone over his grant amount. In a nutshell, he'll be presenting to us. I think we're scheduling him at one of the legislative sessions in a sort of a report on this. He's going to be coming to the board to ask, he needs $43,000 to finish the project. He's coming to the board to ask them for 13. He's asking Ginsburg for some money. He's putting up some money from his own nonprofit, and then they're putting up money from, I think DEC has some money that hasn't been spent yet.
DEC though that he went to directly to, not the
D-
village.
Well, the way this happened years ago, and Manny, were you on the board when this started? Because it's basically.
That's the reason I'm asking.
Oh,
Okay, so the village authorized him in a sense through his nonprofit Garrett to write a grant. He got a grant. He's been managing it through this process. And these, grants, it's working with the DEC, it takes a long time and everything. There were a lot of revisions to drawings to accommodate members of the Boat and Canoe Club and other stakeholders. So now he needs more money to finish the documents so that they are acceptable for the DEC. And that's what he'll be coming to ask us for that money. And then he has to piece together the rest of the money. Evidently Ginsburg has a stake in this. I don't know if he's been successful at reaching out to Joe Gillespie about it, but that I forget when we have it on, but like I think we have it on next week's meeting. Maddie, do you remember?
Maddie got disconnected.
Oh, Maddie got disconnected. Anyway, one of the meetings before I think we have him at next week's legislative session. We're trying to get him on the calendar to just so that he can present this and we can brief you guys on it.
he's been bounced like 2 or 3 times from the meetings, by the way. We've had other priorities. He's been trying to get into the meeting. I just want to make that,
Yeah.
clear.
Okay, so I guess, thank you for that. I was not even aware that he, where they were, because it's been a while that he's been in front of us. So now that he's asking for $13,000, why is not that reflected in here?
Because he hasn't actually asked for that yet. So I'm telling you information that really isn't even known yet. So
Got it.
that's
All right.
that's why.
So
That's why he wants to
don't
meet
even
with
know
us.
I've had, we've had, he technically hasn't asked for the money yet. So that's why it's
Gotcha.
not.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
But that's why we
Fair enough.
also wanted to get him on soon too. So.
Okay, so
yeah.
let me ask you as a point of clarification on my end, sure. Because the comp plan, it is part of it here, and Jaime was coordinating that. What is his relationship with this project right now? Is he doing anything at all at this particular time?
Gareth?
Jaime.
Only right now, Gareth's the part of the challenge is Gareth has been working on this, almost exclusively, and it's sort of past the point. Like he's been in touch with Paul, Jaime, and Stuart, and I have met with him. Jaime's helped him with some of the things he's needed. I'm not sure, especially
Okay, no
so.
problem.
We've
No
been
problem.
meeting with him more recently to get more up to speed on what he was doing. Because to be
He's-
honest,
yeah.
I hadn't met with him at all
Okay.
until this
It's
year.
just the title is his planning department, sure, in that category is. So I'm gonna jump into the
Oh,
next
it's
one.
because it's under planning department, this doc extension, because the header says planning department.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I think that these numbers that you're looking at from 2021, see, it's, Dale, this might be things that we put in, I don't even remember, that are still pending, because the amount that he needs is around it's $43,000. So these numbers aren't that far off, so.
Okay, all right, well, I guess we'll hear from him next week or whenever he comes.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you the other one that I have, obviously the one in the bottom, sure, the economic development opportunity for scene correction facility.
can you move the page up a little bit, Dale, please, so we can all see it? Manny's reading it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what's the status on that?
So that project, we had a meeting, Stuart and I were asked to be on a meeting with Brent Glass of Sing Sing Museum with DASNY, which is, I believe this is the SAM money DASNY. So typically SAM money goes to municipalities, and they're trying to work it out. Finally, Sandy is trying to, Assemblywoman Gale is trying to pass some legislation so that the prison museum can hold the lease directly, which solves a major problem for them. And they wanted to make sure if she was able to pass that legislation, that the DASNY grant they would be able to accept it, and then it wouldn't have to go through a municipality, and DASNY said yes.
Okay, that sounds very promising.
It's the most promising thing we've heard so far, so
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Now, and I'm not sure, I'm sure you guys are going to coordinate this with the mayor, but do you think they'll come in front of us, maybe in the first quarter of next year?
I think we can get them to give an update.
Just an
I'll-
update, exactly.
Yeah, I think that we can schedule that for first quarter. I don't see why not.
Okay. So I mean, it's
Just not January or early February.
No,
We're already
more
booked.
like March. That's why I said the first quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think that'll be a problem.
Yeah, we haven't heard from them in a while, so it would be good to
Yeah, I
get an
think it'll
update.
be, because we are trying to, and I think I'm gonna piggyback in what Dana has brought up several times. We are trying to do something in the community center, and we need to figure out what's going on in there. And I think it will be important for us to coordinate that with them, because they did say that they wanted to take some of the stuff out of there. So I think for me, will be helpful to understand where they are in the process and what can we do to work together for the next steps in our community center. So that's all.
Annie, I have an email from them about that, and I'll send out an email tomorrow on this topic.
Okay.
They're
great.
more than ready to work with us.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, recreation and parks, I think. Yes.
Yes. So we have the community center.
The
Okay.
one, Dale, the one thing on here, so we had put the Vets Park Playground, the 160 in 2021. That, we got that money, so the paperwork's being done, so we probably will get the contract soon on that, so we can start. I think the plans are to wait till the spring, but we'll be able to start drawing down on that in 2022. So you might want to move that over.
I can, we actually, because we had already done the resolution for that.
Okay.
So that's why it's in 2021.
Oh, because you did the resolution, but that's where it gets, so that's where it gets a little confusing, because that project is approved. But it was, anyway, the notation's there.
Okay. We're going through the parks now, right?
Mm-hmm. So we skipped the pool
Where are you?
and the capital improvements, the
Oh,
bigger
sorry,
items
I
that were
skipped the
more
whole
subject to
section here.
discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had talked about, because we don't have, we will have Nexus on to present. I did send you the drawings and the preliminary estimates. We will have a presentation on that, but we did talk about, because those are still very rough numbers, if you wanted to put
Yeah.
a CBD in there for the numbers, or, or just.
I would like a TPD because this is a public document. I just,
Yep.
this could be 250,000 to 2,500,000. It's too much. It's all
Yep.
over the place. Not for any reason except timing. I mean, once we get
Right.
some, so I'd like that as a TBD personally, because it's very misleading.
Yep, I think too, till we decide what the scope that, it's presented in phases, but till the board identifies what they'd like to focus on, or, then it'll be easier to identify what this project's really gonna look like.
So that's that. The chillers, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Vets Park improvement, looks like a lot of stuff is happening at Vets Park. I don't have real issues with it. I did actually take a drive over there after one of our meetings to look at the bathroom. I mean, they're just aging. I mean, it's, I don't know how else to say it. They're just, it's a used park. It's a beautiful layout. There were a lot of kids playing baseball when I went to see it, and it's time. So I'm okay with it. We wait another year, it'll just cost more. So
I just hope, at some point, if you don't, and I'm sure that I would like to see a sequence of events. When is this project going to get done? When is this project going to get done? Because it seems like, the pool, we're still waiting for resurfacing
Yeah.
of the pool. I don't want days that we allow, we budget in these things and we think that they're great projects and we want to
And
move
then
forward.
Yeah.
but it's just they're not getting done.
Well,
Yeah.
we discussed this last year during the pandemic, which was the perfect time to get the pool done,
All the stuff. Yeah.
right? Because nobody's there and nothing happened.
Yeah, all of it. Outdoor things to fix, sidewalk,
Right.
everything. Because, yeah.
One of the things we can do is like, as we go forward with our like sort of project list next year, like we really focused on very specifically board priorities. We didn't really focus on capital. You know, there was some
Right.
capital in the project list. So I think that what we'll do, we'll put the major, the major capital things. I'm not sure I'm going to put every truck or, new, the water rate stuff in there, but like the, we'll put these capital projects for the parks and everything in there so that we'll make sure that we're getting updates more regularly. I think there were a lot of reasons, like it's not that people just forgot and didn't do it. There were a lot of reasons, but I think the communication on that was lost. So we can do a
Right.
better job of making
Right,
sure that you guys are aware of, and if we have a snag that the public's aware too, why we're not moving.
Yeah. Because this is stuff the public actually uses religiously. They're
Yeah.
not going to know about some pump underground somewhere at the Rodriguez Center, but they're going to know a park if the bathroom all of a sudden is out of commission or isn't working. That actually people see. Also, you could do it by parks, but I can understand if you do bathrooms, you might want to do 3 parks at a time or a court. You may, I mean, I could see. So it's up to you guys how you want to do it, but it's the sequencing. I agree.
But we can
That's okay.
incorporate it in
We're
that
getting
project
there.
schedule.
So I think we're good with Vets Park. Yes, everybody? I'm not hearing objections. We're going to Snowden now. So what do we got in Snowden? Fencing?
Yep.
And no, that's it, fencing.
Yep.
I felt like there was something else, but it's not on there. Okay, next. Nelson? Replace basketball surf. Oh, the only thing on here is, what does that say?
Irrigation.
Irrigation tennis clay courts? Is that what it says there?
Tennis clay courts.
I don't even
And-
remember that being discussed, but I must have blinked or something.
That and then was a small pocket park that's adjacent to it's right there in Nelson Park.
On Nelson Street, yeah, at the bottom.
Yeah,
of
Nelson's, yeah. So just some upgrades in playground.
Yeah, but
equipment.
that gets used a lot.
Yeah,
It does get used a lot.
That place that's gotta have more grandparents with their kids, with their grandkids using that than almost any place I've seen. Okay,
It's so funny because when my kids were growing up, I never even really knew that park was there.
yeah, no, it gets used. When I was on RAB, we used to talk about that. Because, it's separated. You don't have to worry about the older kids. You don't, it's just
It's
a
a
the
nice,
park-
it's a-
yeah.
it's a lovely little.
The way
park.
it's set up allows it. I will say that the building they look at, now that there are trees there, it'll be nice. It needs some tender loving care of the storage area because they get to see all the graffiti and all that stuff from that bad angle. But it's good, and that's not a ton of money to do some fixing. So that's
Yep.
great. Okay, paving at Nelson. Well, that's not for this year, so that's fine. Next. Nothing under parks, playground equipment for this coming year. Water improvements, I see blank on the blue. Where are we?
So for
Oh, these
here,
are all the
there's-
pumps and
But
everything,
just-
yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
there's only 2 items that are actually capital. The other ones are already included in
Okay.
the operations budget, anything that's 002.
Okay,
So it's really only the 400,000 to paint the exterior interior of the Lakeville tank. And it's the water meter replacement program and fixed network.
yeah. Okay, anybody have comments on that to the negative, meaning that they shouldn't be on here? Or they're TBDs, I guess is the other option. I mean, honestly, I'm not an expert in this. 400,000 to paint something seems like a lot of money, but it's a really big thing to paint and it has to be fixed before it gets painted. I have to listen to the professional staff on these matters, but I don't know. But if other people have objections, please share.
I'm okay with that, Mayor.
Okay, Everybody's good? I'm looking at the gallery. All right, let's move on.
Right, the 400,000 is just for the design and engineering of it.
Oh,
And then it's multiple years, then it's the 3,100,000 is.
oh, thank
projected.
you. Yes.
Yeah, sorry,
I'm
I should
like,
have been clearer.
no, you don't need to be clearer.
so,
Now I know why I gasped for air when Paul was talking about it. I remember
400
saying, oh my God.
For your home, $400,000 is a big painting job. For a water tank, it doesn't really buy you very much, so.
Yeah, well, 400,000 buys you nothing except,
the
it sounds
design.
like a design. I don't know why you need to design painting, but I guess there's a reason for it. Okay. Design engineering. I don't understand that. It's a percentage of the project, isn't it, Dale? Isn't design always a percentage of the estimated project?
No.
It definitely can be. I'm not sure if it is in this
That's
case.
how they did this? Okay. All right.
And then just the water meter replacement programs. So are those two moving to the yellow?
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying yes only for me. I'm not speaking for everybody else. That's going to be a multi-year also, isn't it?
Yeah, that's, and just keep in mind that something I cannot remember. Something happened a bit when I was at 3 years in Peacekill. It was a meter was affected, and there was a that was one of the things that we asked Paul and Andy. What do we do with our meters? And that's when we start kicking in this
Yeah.
program of replacing.
There was a
the meters
reason
as
for
we
that.
go.
Yeah. And
So-
also the fact that they could do it monthly so that you really can
Yeah.
catch. It's better for consumers. It's not just an improvement for the infrastructure. You're able to see a consumer. You don't have to wait a whole quarter, if I remember, in a
Right.
month, because when something happened that gets damaged, you could have a bill that's 20, 30, 40, 50,000 instead of, $400 or $500. And people sit there and go, why didn't you tell me? How am I supposed to know in the middle of some property, like there was underwater, like underground water? We've had that incident, and people sit there and go, well, we do it quarterly and there's no way to read it. We only see it when it comes at the end of it. So this is supposed to actually be something that helps consumers actually and residents. And yes, I know the engineers get crazy, go, oh, we could do daily or hourly. And yeah, okay, monthly would be helpful. And it's in real time is what it sounded like to me.
To me, the biggest piece, the biggest component on this is actually with Edmunds. I'm going to put Dale on the spot. I really, really, really would like to see this go online. So actually we'll be able to utilize both of these programs early enough in the year. And I think, I would like to log in and go back at least a couple of years back and see what was my consumption. I know my rate keeps, the rate itself goes up, but my consumption, I want
Right.
to see how much of a study has been done. So if we can get that live for next year, I'm going to put that in the first quarter, at least in the end of the first quarter, it'll be very helpful.
Right, yeah, they are already working on building that out, so I'm hopeful that we will be live. And actually, this portion it's a separate program, although we import export readings back and forth.
It kind of
and
works
that's-
together, sure.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But my understanding, in speaking with them about the reporting end of it, is that you can actually have even exception reports come out, every
You don't need to do
day.
that. I'll eat it from,
um,
sorry, sorry,
which-
guys.
Okay.
That's okay.
Which is great, because we have had people that have had $20,000 water bills, unfortunately,
Yeah.
because of a leak, and it was underground, and there was no way to
There's no way to
even
figure it
know.
out. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So,
Right.
again, I'm going to ask you, please push them, because I know it's not you. Now, I know it's not you. So please push them to actually have this program live next quarter, and then the other component will be, when Paul comes in, when Andy comes in with the other software and kind of ties back into, but we already have that communication. We can see the water consumption already, because you guys have been putting the input there already. So it's nothing that,
Right.
that we'll be missing.
Right.
It will be
Yeah.
just additional stuff, more like live. But so yeah, that'll be my only ask on this line, and the only
Yeah.
ask that I asked for you department to actually coordinate that, please.
Good point. Okay,
Great.
Dale, let's move it along.
All right, I think, because all these other items were already included in the operating end of the budget, so we just would move them over along with the adopted budget.
Yep.
And
Hold
that
on,
is,
hold on. Let's just make sure we see everything. Buildings and grounds, pool equipment. The mowers, track mowers.
So, sorry, Mayor, were you looking at that? Karen, just as an overall question, I guess, because each department has, IT portions of computers, but now we see here, computer equipments, all the police for all the matters. Is that separate from what is part of their original budget of each
For the police
department?
department?
Where
No, I'm
are
just looking
you?
about in general, because
these are part of the police budget. So over here, it's 001 3120. So those were already, they're just mirrored here.
you're here, okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, I just want to make sure we're not,
Yeah.
that's what my recollection was as
Yeah.
well, so yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, folks. Everybody good? Silence means everybody's good? Where everybody's brain is gone and like, that's it? I'm gonna go with the former, that everybody's good.
All right.
I'm just trying to look at this last piece here.
I didn't see the elevator. Did I miss the elevator portion?
was in there.
No, I'm not talking about the one in 16. I'm talking about the one in the operations center.
He's obsessed with the elevator people, so we have to, I
it-
thought it
it's-
was in there.
It's not in there.
I know that.
But I was waiting for you to bring it up last night. So is that something?
We talked about capital projects. I thought it was supposed to be in capital projects.
We went over capital projects last night for ops.
I know, but now what we're talking about, look,
Do you want, so this is the, if you
Karen,
want to consider it, we could put it in.
it's just me right now. I think it's needed, the stuff that we are working on it. We can always, I don't want to put another piece. I think to me is important. It's important for different reasons that maybe some other people, but I will not, I'm looking at a lot of capital projects here for next year. And I'd rather have those done because I don't want to be selfish. It'd be selfish for me to say, I want this project because this is what I want. That's not who I am. I think there's other projects in here that overall benefits the community as well in different areas, and I'd rather help those projects than a project that I think is just, do we need an AD? Do we need to comply with ADA? Yes. Do we need that elevator right now? No, we can manage that. I think, do we need it in the future? Absolutely. But right now I feel that we have more capital projects in here that, especially, and especially if the water plant comes in place. I don't want to take anything away from that. If they, I'm gonna knock on wood, when we get the $10 million, I don't want to take away any of that stuff either, because we need all hands on deck at that point. So look, I'm gonna keep pushing for the elevator just because I would like to see that one day. Even when I'm not in the board, I'm still gonna come to you guys meetings, and I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe you guys should put an elevator. That'll be me, the only guy in the audience be like asking for an elevator. But
The Manny Casada
yep.
I
elevator?
have to name.
No, you don't have to go
And
that far. No, not at all.
Okay, so Manny, I'm hearing you say that this year you could leave it off.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
Anybody else have anything that they thought was supposed to be on here that isn't on here? Similarly, or, I mean, this is a lot of stuff. But again, the monies are gonna come in at different times, so you just, even if you want something, but the money isn't there, we might have to wait. We might get money for a project that wasn't the highest priority, but because we got the money, we might move it up the list because there's gonna be timing issues. You know, that's, but it's good to have it all on here. If we don't have it on here, it for sure isn't gonna be considered this year, so. Is everybody good? Because
I'm
we're
okay
getting
with
near
it.
the end of the budget cycle here, folks.
Yeah, I'm okay with what we have in capitals, Mayor.
Okay, I got one okay. I'm okay. Who else is okay?
I'm okay.
Steve Ritchie has his thumb up.
Thank you. How did you see? Oh, there it is. Dana?
I'm okay.
All right. Dale, what's next?
Great. If you are so inclined, I would like to bring up a potential option for changes. As we've gone through the budget, we've been able to highlight certain different areas that.
Can I,
potentially-
may I interrupt for a minute, Dale?
Sure.
You want to
Yep.
bring up some potential changes and then what? Because I like to take a little break.
Um,
I'd like to
Yes,
take a
please.
5-minute
Sure,
break. So
absolutely.
would this be a good time to take a break?
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
And then Dale will take you through how to get to 0.
Awesome. I don't want to take a break. I just want to hear this portion.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm
She's gonna get us to 0, so how she
I'm gonna
gets
build
us.
the expense, so take a break.
Thanks.
Okay,
All right.
everybody just stay, just mute and All right, is everybody with us? I see a few people. Everybody here? Manny? Bob?
I'm here.
I
I'm neither
saw
Manny
your
nor
picture.
Bob.
Okay. And I see Bob. Manny, you're here? Dana?
Here.
Okay. All right, let's start.
Okay, I'm going to bring up on my screen one of a couple of PDFs. We'll start with this one. Okay, is that big enough for everybody?
It's close enough.
Okay. Are we gonna wait for Manuel? Oh, there he is. Good timing. Okay, up on the top here, we have, this is what we came in at for the tentative budget. To the column to the right of that, I'm creating an adjustment column for a proposed adopted budget, which is inclusive of the following changes. So we'll start with revenues. We're showing a revenue reduction for tax revenues. We did take out the $100 revenue for the charging station per the mayor and board's request. And we're proposing 2 additional items to be funded from fund balance. On the expense side of the ledger, Chief Sylvester and I had a conversation after his budget meeting. He very kindly went back and had reviewed his current open vacancies, including another one that will be coming up. And in revisiting the ranks of individuals that he has in the budget for those vacancies, he reevaluated and was able to garner an additional $51,963 in savings in changing the ranks to being 1 4th ranking, 1 3rd ranking, 1 2nd ranking, and then 4 first grades. So that would reduce the expense side, but we would also like to increase the police computer software line an additional $5,000, which we had talked about during his budget meeting as well. The building department personal service line, we did have someone that transferred out from that department. So bringing that vacancy grade level back to grade 1 would show a reduction of 21,190. We had a grade change of 9 to 10 in parks that if we kept it at the 9, it's a reduction of 5,918. And then below are related retirement expenses, FICA and Medicare, that would then also now be reduced because of these changes, as well as a change to the contingency line for unsettled contracts, because those amounts would also change with the change in the ranks. Additionally, we reduced the planning consulting line from our department meeting last night with Jaime Martinez for the 25,000 to go down to 20,000. So the two items that we would like to authorize to use fund balance for, in addition to the ones that we already had for the tentative budget, is for the salt spreader and the snow blower for the Parks Department. So I'll bring up the next slide. You give me a moment. Okay. So now essentially on this screen, I'm showing the 2021 adopted budget, the requested 2022 and the tentative 2022. So this what is currently in front of the board. With those proposed budget changes, that would reduce our appropriations down to 39,587,429. Would reduce our tax levy amount to 23,751,934, which would hold our tax rate flat with a 0% increase. So we would remain at the $10.4833 for the 2022 budget year.
That was in your email that you sent out, right? All of this? Is there
Yes.
anything different here than what the email said?
Nope, this is
Okay.
just showing it in its entirety.
Great. Well, pretty damn good work there.
Oh,
I mean, I know it wasn't a big percentage, but this allows us to say that we will not. I have to get the right wording, Dale. It's not so much that taxes aren't going up, right?
Right, well, it's dependent on your assessment. So if your assessment was the same from 2021 going into 2022, then your bill would be the same as it was last year. If you have an assessment increase or decrease, then your bill is going to rise or fall dependent on the assessment value change. So as you can see here, the average residential assessment for 2022 is 351,164 compared to 2021, where it was 343,109. So the average residential assessment is increasing. So that is reflected here also in.
But the tax rate percentage is staying flat.
Right, that's correct.
That's the right way the correct way to say is the tax rate percentage is not increasing.
Correct.
And just keep in mind the assessed value on the residential portion of these, we have no control of that. That is something that is given to us by
Understood.
the assessor's office.
That is correct.
So
And I do have a number built in to the number I received in October to reduce it a bit, just in case, because by the time I pull the file at the end of November, right before we go to budget adoption, that is the final assessment number we will be working off of, which potentially could be a little bit higher than this one, dependent on where they are in SCARs and tax certs and any of those changes. So I do try to make sure, that there's no fluctuation up. I would rather the fluctuation be down.
Great. What else do we need to ask? We see where you found it. Thank the chief for the big chunk. And what now, Dale?
So if the board does approve those changes, these will be part and incorporated into the adopted budget and will be presented to the board for final approval at the December board meeting when we adopt it.
When in December? What's the date on that?
That's
December
December
1st.
1st.
That's the legal requirement, right?
Correct.
Could do it before then though, right? It's by December 1st.
Right.
And we do
Okay.
have the public hearing scheduled for next Wednesday, November 17th.
Right, because the public has to have an opportunity to discuss it.
Right.
Okay, so I'll put that in the mayor's note just as a reminder. And I had written an earlier note to Jamie to post it more on the homepage. It's a little hard to find the way it's set up now. It's not that it's not in 3 different places. It just doesn't seem like it's easy to find to me anyway. Anybody have comments or questions?
I have a few, I guess, if I may. Dale, thank you. Karen, Maddie, pretty much everyone that worked on this budget as always. And this is not something that just happened yesterday. Sure, you guys have been working this for a couple of days back, I'm sure, you know. I do appreciate all the hard work. You know, you've been, you know, Tom started this many years back, and I know this is something that Dale, you've been exceeding our expectations or my expectations, and it's definitely keep finding different ways to save money to our budget. I do have one ask, and it's more on the building department end. I know we've been that department is one of the essential departments that we have in a lot of different areas that we do in enforcement. It's not just building a deck, not just, you know, doing a building, but they do have another complex portion of it, which is code enforcement. And I'm going to ask Karen at some point. We do have allocated right now as part of the budget. We have 4 code enforcements, 2 assistant building inspectors, and 1 building inspector at this point. I would prefer right now, and this is just me, we haven't had a depth discussion with anybody. I haven't had a depth discussion with anybody, but I'm going to ask you to concentrate to me finding assistant building inspectors, the 2 of them that are empty right now, and 1 more code enforcement if possible. I would like to hold off on the 4 code enforcement. I would like to see, because the assistant building inspector can do the job of a code enforcement, can do actually more than a code enforcement does. So I will prefer if we can hold off on hiring the 4 code enforcement. I would like to see how the department develops with having almost 100% full staff. I want to say 90% staff on that area. And maybe we can reassess the hiring of the 4 code enforcement, because we never had a 4 code enforcement. We always usually had 2, max 3. And now that we have, and I don't want to go into too much of the conversation because that's not part of the budget, but I would like to ask Karen to just hold off on hiring at some point the 4 code enforcement, but definitely move with the assistant building inspectors portion of it. Because I think that is more essential for us, is a better health for our building inspector right now than a code enforcement, because they can do a lot more, and they can do the same thing as a code enforcement. So that would be my ask right now, is to hold off on hiring that person. Because not only that, like, you know, something that Paul mentioned yesterday, it's not just hiring 1 person, it's actually, now we need another vehicle, now we need this equipment, now we need all this other stuff. Now we need to reconfigure the spaces that we have. So it's more like something that we would like to have, but it becomes with other items that we're not looking right now that are going to affect other items on this piece of the puzzle. So for now, that will be my ask, at least.
Yeah, I want to update the board on where we are. Just generally speaking, with hiring and lists and everything, because we do have a lot of open positions. So Mandy, maybe you can speak a little bit more specifically about what's transpired over the last few days with code enforcement.
Yeah, of course. I'll try to keep it brief since it's sort of as Deputy Mayor alluded to, sort of a long backstory. But we had a code enforcement officer position recently freed up from a couple years back. And so we got tentative approval on Wednesday, and hopefully we'll have it formally by Monday, to add a code enforcement officer Spanish speaking to our roster. And as we've discussed before, that's a position that already exists. I'm not sure if a list exists or if a local list exists, but you know, if the board is inclined to hold off on that, I will not call for it.
No. Sorry, Maddie.
Yep.
Again, how many code enforcements do we have right now?
We have 4 slots, 3
Yes.
bodies.
We have 3 bodies right now.
Correct.
Okay, one of them we just hired recently, correct?
I believe April. Yep.
Okay.
And then the second piece, again, as Deputy Mayor alluded to, is that we have 2 slots for assistant building inspector that the village is entitled to have through Westchester County. Recently, our one assistant building inspector took a job elsewhere. So now we have 2 vacancies in that position. As some of you know, the assistant building inspector test was given not too terribly long ago. So the new list has come out. It's quite lengthy. The problem we face, because we canvassed the list about 2 weeks ago, is that they sent us 2 lists. They sent us the existing list for assistant building inspector, which expires on December 4th, and then the new list, which is what we can start using after December 4th. So if we want to access the new list, which we believe we do since we've used the old list time and time again, means we cannot proceed with canvassing until after the old list has expired, which is about 3 or 4 weeks from now. So that is sort of where we're at. We were hoping to fill that position yesterday as a Tuesday to Saturday assistant building inspector. And then the plan was to work simultaneously with the county to create a position to turn our second assistant building inspector into an assistant building inspector Spanish speaking, for which there is not currently a title or a list. So that's sort of more a longer term project. So certainly, you know, we're sort of going off directives that we've heard in the past. But if we're going to change direction, you know, we're not too far down the path with creating those new titles yet. So
can you find out for me exactly if because if there's I know there's an exam for code enforcement, Spanish code enforcement, I know
Right.
that, but if no one's on the list, what does that mean?
if no one's on the list and we still wish to proceed, we will tell the county, look, we still want to hire someone. They will either tell us, well, hold your horses because we're about to offer the test again, and then you're going to have a binding list. Or they'll say, we have no plans to offer the test anytime soon. You may hire someone provisionally, which means we can choose a candidate of our choosing so long as they meet the specifications by Westchester County standards. The person works in that position provisionally, which means they don't have civil service protections to the position until such time as they take the exam and are within the top 3 scores, which means that they would be reachable, at which point we could hire them permanently and they would begin their probationary period of 1 year.
Okay, so maybe we can have this conversation offline, because again, I don't mind having, look, I would love to have the code enforcement, the Spanish code enforcement, definitely, but I think it will be more beneficial to have the system building inspector Spanish if we are looking for a Spanish position. So I would prefer to be the assistant to the building inspector than a code enforcement, because again, the assistant is able to accomplish the same thing as the code enforcement. I need to figure it out exactly. I guess if you can find out from the county if there's a list, if there's an existing list, and if we can have someone from there, that's the logistics. Sure, maybe you know, at some point next week. I'm not asking the board, and I'm not asking Karen right now to remove that from the budget. I'm just asking to hold off.
Prioritize.
Understand
Yeah.
this better. That's all I'm asking.
I certainly understand the distinction and how an assistant building inspector would definitely be able to help us more and more quickly. Unfortunately, that road is just a little bit longer. So we were sort of hoping that the code enforcement officer Spanish speaking would at least buy us some time.
That's what
until
I
we
need
could
to
get-
understand better. Yes, that's what I
Yep.
need to understand. And I guess you're still waiting for answers from the county. So if there's no really a current path for that, and if they're just gonna do, I don't know what the demand is, obviously, from that. I don't even know if anybody had hired from the Spanish list on Westchester County. So if there's no one on the list, how long does it take for them to ask for exam to take place?
Right. No,
know, so-
there are certainly a lot of unknowns, but
Yeah.
I think the path is clearest and most
Yes,
imminent
I-
with the code enforcement Spanish speaking, and that's a position we could likely fill before the end of the year. if
I
they
agree.
wanted to.
I
Right.
agree with that. Yes, 100% agree. So maybe when you find out exactly what that looks like, maybe you just give me a call, 5 minutes, and we can talk and clarify that. And if that's something that it will be your strongest recommendation coming from the manager's office, at least, I'll think about it a little bit harder than that. But I think for me, it would be better to have an assistant building inspector than a code enforcement at this point. That's
Absolutely.
just the way it will make sense for me right now.
It makes more sense generally speaking. I think we're working on 3 parallel paths right now so that we can get all 3 filled. But those just take a little bit longer. So yes,
Okay.
definitely understood. And as soon as I hear back from the county that it's a
That'd be
go,
great.
and get a mock list, I will be back with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
But besides that is, I think this is a budget, a great budget. With a lot of stuff. I mean, just by looking at the total of the capital projects from 2021 to the total of the money that we have right now is, it makes sense. There's a lot of projects. So,
Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna say it. Kudos. You guys are amazing. Seriously, it is a really tough year. This stuff probably takes lots and lots of meetings, lots of coordination between departments, lots of unknowns. We thought last year was going to be a lot of unknowns. I think this year actually turned out to be the year of the unknowns. We thought last year we'd be in a recession in 21 when we were doing the planning. Turns out it's this year going to 22 that the numbers are all over the place. The budget process just, it's not just moving numbers around. This stuff says this is what we're going to work on. We had some mandates from state. We had some of our own. We've had increase in prices. Guys did a really great job. Thank you to the finance department. If we were in person, we all stand up and applaud because not ourselves, the staff. It's a lot of work while still running the village. Like everything that gets done, the water, the roads, the dealing with Con Eds, the trees falling, the trees going up, the place sets that need to be cleaned, everything happens. I was at Veterans Day today. Guys were out there, everything looked great. All that still gets done and the budgets have to get done and we vote on them. So this is really great. I'm going to do like a clap in the air because if we were together, we all get really excited about it. I feel like we don't have to meet on Saturday. Is that correct? Or is there something still left over for Saturday?
Really, if the board wishes to continue to discuss, but I think we've covered everything.
Right. So I don't think there's much left to discuss. And we left that open and the public should know. We probably have to sort of, well, we said it was just tentative that we'll have a public meeting to hear from the public if there are any questions, issues, etc. This needs to be posted. This is a big deal. This is to not have increases the way I expected. Huge multi-year projects, conversations to be had. This is great. Thank you all. You don't get to see my big smile because, I'm like sitting in my house rather than with you guys, but it's really terrific. I really want to thank you on behalf of everyone on the board and really in the community. There's some homework still to be done. Dale might have a glass of wine after this. We don't know. Maybe 4 glasses of wine. I'm not quite sure. Dale, please thank everybody on your staff as well, because I'm sure it's not just you, although you are on the front line. Well, that is my husband in the other room. Allergy season. Thank you all. Not bad, 9:30. Anybody has questions, the conversations continue, believe me. So if anybody thinks they have more questions after this, feel free before Dale seals all of this and stamps it all. So public meeting is the next thing, and I think we're done. 2022, ready to start very soon.
Thank you to the board. It is always a pleasure, but also very inspirational that we have such a dedicated board that takes so much time. It's actually a really, really good thing for our residents and for us. So thank you all.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you.
And thank you, staff and Dale, who put in the lion's share of hours on this and does an amazing job.
Yeah. Well, lots to be done. So thanks, folks. I'm going to say that do we need a vote to close the meeting?
No, you didn't do a vote.
No.
You didn't open it that way, so you don't need to close it
Fabulous.
that way.
Therefore, we don't. One of these days, I'll know the differences between all of these things. It's okay.
I had my inner Stuart on.
I'm sorry.
I had my inner Stuart.
No, it's cool. And thank you again. As a reminder, when somebody looks at this in a month or 2 weeks, that today's Veterans Day. Some of us did work today, but actually this is a staff holiday, and they worked. So very much appreciate of everybody making the time and effort to fit this in. I know we met for over 4 hours. It's going on more than 4.5 hours today, but I think it was well worth every minute of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, have a lovely evening and good
Good
night.
night, everybody.
Right.
Thank you,
Good night.
everybody.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye all.
Good job.
Thank you.
Kudos.
Bye.